Yo, yo. Welcome back to another episode of the Boys in the Big Apple podcast. We haven't been on in like 2 weeks, but it's, summer vacation's been a little funny, but we're back. We're back and better than ever. Got some interesting stuff tonight on all sports aspects, but we have a story to go through first. Before we go through that, and I know a lot of people are going to come in for that story because it's NYY News TV related. I'm going to throw it around for first thoughts on the sports basis and maybe a little bit on yesterday's Somerset Patriots podcasters event. I'll start with Luca, then I'll start with Donald.
Very nice experience overall. Somerset Ballpark, TD Bank Ballpark, was a pretty nice ballpark. I'm not going to lie, very good for a AA stadium. I'd say honestly better than most, especially with the outside and the bricklaying. But thank you to Eli Fishman for having this event, podcasters night at TD Bank Ballpark. He was very nice. He was very cordial, showing us around. Obviously, the tour guys did as well. We spoke to Sparky Lyle, former Yankee great, asked him some questions, and he was very cordial as well. So awesome. I was very happy with how yesterday went. And by the way, even though we left the game at around the midway point, Somerset Patriots did win.
Nice. So we do have some people in the chat. Shouts to MH. Yo, a packed house. It's time tomorrow, baby. Yep. We will be streaming the game on Wednesday on this channel. Us three, Yankees, Mets. Shout outs to Pete. What's going on, Pete? Shout outs to Evan. Pete. What's going on, Evan? Real quickly, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Turn on the notification bell. Share this out.
Alex, by the way, Brian will be on in 10 minutes. He's getting some info for us.
Okay, so a lot of scoops coming. That's
Brian.
What
he told me.
Shout-outs to Matt Stolk. Matt, I see you a lot, obviously, in the game season chats. Welcome aboard, my brother. Donald, man, first thoughts.
Somerset Patriots, the really great facilities there. And the minor league experience is kind of fun. It's definitely different than what you get at a major league ballpark. You got ton of mascots. I've never seen so many mascots in one place in my life, and it was really fun. I think there was all these different ones. I like the Scottish mascot, the one with the kilt and the running around. He looked pretty good. I like that one. But no, it was good. I was really glad to see Volpe in person and Pereira. I think Pereira is going to have a good future. He strikes out a little bit too much, but he's got power, boy. You watch him. And Wells, who looks good too. Yeah, I was pretty impressed. But what I love about minor league ball is that they're really fighting. They're fighting for their chance. They're fighting for their chance at the bigs, whether it's at the Yankees or wherever. And so they play hard, man. And so it was a really good experience. Shout out to Eli Fishman. He was a gracious host, and so I think it was a really good experience. And shout out to the NYY News crew that we were with. Obviously, we're all with, so it was great. Really great night all together. So yeah, we had a good interesting experience. And now the next step is we need to get some good players for the Yankees, boy. We need some trades, man. Let's get that happen.
Definitely.
Let's get on that now.
I agree.
Let me ask you guys, what kind of info do you guys think Brian has? I don't know personally. Do you think
I think NFL.
You think NFL? I say trade deadline rumors.
Okay.
Oh, you think so?
Again, I don't know, so I'm just taking a random ass guess. Maybe it's Donovan Mitchell, maybe it's NBA. So we'll definitely obviously get into that.
I wonder if it's NBA related, but we'll see.
Jets Mess says, "Hey boys, MH says Vogelback."
Oh, Jets Mess.
Met.
When are you going to Jets training camp? Just post obviously the chat.
Yeah, that's because we'll be going. I think looks like right now the 8th, which is a Monday. So, we'll be going there, taking the hour trip there, whatever. MH says Vogelback is my new favorite Met. Bring the Yankees on. Your team is already good. No moves needed.
That was an underrated pickup. I like that pickup for them, man. I saw him firsthand for the Pirates. He's a big chunky dude. Maybe chunky is a nice way of putting it, but dude hits. He's unathletic, but it doesn't matter. That dude hits, and
exactly.
He was a fan favorite over in Pittsburgh. So I think he's going to be a really good pickup for the Mets.
Yeah, he said he's not going to this year. He moved to Vegas around 2 years ago. Wow, so you're in Vegas, my man. Interesting.
Vegas, baby.
Evan says, I hear Castillo and Benintendi rumors for the Yankees. Yep, they're both interested in both.
Yep.
And
Hearing a lot about that.
We'll be talking about that as well. Evan says the Mets needed more power, honestly.
I think they still need more. I mean, we'll obviously get into that, but I still think they need more, even with the lineup, because they're like in that respect, honestly, they're like the Yankees. They have quite a few holes to cover. JD Davis isn't hitting. Obviously, got Vogel back. He'll be the DH. James McCann's not hitting. Their catcher position is terrible. They need to get a guy like Sean Murphy, in my opinion, who's a solid bat. He's good defensively as well, but we'll see, man. There's a lot of hours, a lot of days coming up. So August 2nd is the deadline. I usually say July 31st, but it's August 2nd.
MH says Cologne's cousin. Yep, big Tubby boys. Let's put it that way. So
my friend, the Pittsburgh fan, called him Babe Ruth, but I think it's mostly to do with how desperate they are over in Pittsburgh for somebody that can make contact with the ball, that they maybe reached a little bit, but I mean, but body type wise, I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, Babe Ruth wasn't necessarily the healthiest person on the planet, knowing that they eat all types of shit in the 20s. Real quickly, I'm going to present.
Oh my God, the portions over there, sweet Moses, that's a coronary waiting to happen. But I love it. It's fun.
So I'm going to pull up my Sparky Lyle question that I asked yesterday. Shouts to Donald, who's the one who recorded it. Recorded the when I asked. I had to wait like 10 turns to get a question, which kind of pissed me off. But I got to ask Sparky Lyle a question. Then we're going to go into the interesting night we had. Alex-GajovichProtich, podcast on Wine News TV. Obviously, now there's a trend with Yankee mustaches, Matt Carpenter and Nestor Cortez. Now, who had the best mustache in the clubhouse between you, Goose, Thurman Munson, and Capish Hunter, and anyone else?
I didn't even know those guys had a mustache. Goose has got to be good. He's got Thurman, he was barely shaved. Catfish was barely shaved. So I guess we'll see. That's
that was great whole session, by the way. And it was a little weird though that like the music was a little too loud at points. And
what was that about? And why wasn't the microphone turned on? I mean, I couldn't hear it.
I don't want to complain too much, but I think sorry for that. I'm gonna throw the fucking phone out the goddamn window. But I think they were recording it in terms of
it's Brian Cashman calling.
Brian Cashman's calling. He's letting me know. He's letting me know that the Yankees are interested.
Soto is still on, people. It's still on.
Yeah, as of right now. I'm gonna try to talk over this goddamn fucking phone. Hopefully it shuts off right now. Now I think it was recording because maybe the Somerset Patriots were recording something. I think that's what it was, because I saw a guy with like earbuds and the microphone connected to something, and they didn't necessarily have speakers. So, I mean, it was weird, but at least I heard what he said to
What's going on, Chris Perez Jr.? He was sitting right by us at the no-hitter game.
Yep, he was sitting right behind me. So, shout out to Chris.
Oh, yeah. He was good fun.
So, we're going to pull in – actually, before we pull in our next guest here, which is Brian, I want to say something. And I have it as an overlay. I might have it as an overlay. If I don't, I'll put it back up. Today's background is a of course, I don't have it as an overlay. Today's background, which obviously you guys see a little bit. You don't see it fully because obviously our fat asses take up the screen. But today's background is a microcosm of the bullshit we experienced last night. Mama Rosina's. We'll get to that. That's the best part of the story. And with that being said, I am going to pull in Brian. You're gonna laugh at all these stories, Brian, but how are you doing? I think you're on mute.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, my fault. You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Just making sure. I'm trying out a new setup, so I want to make sure it looks all right. It's just been really, really hectic with the MLB trade deadline get ready to come around the corner here, and along with training camp, starting tomorrow for the Giants. I mean, it's going to be insane in all the sports now because even the NBA, all the news going on there, the uncertainties, it's just so much going on. It's stressful. That's all I can put it.
I bet so.
Keep up with it all.
All right, so here we go with the story. Now, me, Donald, Luca, a friend of ours, Matt Riley, and Sean, who used to co-host the show, we had a weird experience in New Rochelle, New York.
That's also.
Is this how we're going back? We're going back.
Yes, on the Wayback Machine. So we had a weird experience in New Rochelle. And this ain't the story, by the way. It's kind of a prequel, like Many Saints of Newark, and then The Sopranos, except it's much better.
Better Call Saul,
Yeah, all that stuff. So, with that being said, we had a very weird experience. Walking around, it just didn't seem like a quaint city. And then we get to the train station, weird paintings. There was a holding cell, it looked like. There was a payphone, a security guard behind the desk, a drunk guy, passed out guy, maybe dead guy sleeping in the corner.
A dead guy sleeping in the corner?
maybe he was dead. I mean, Matt was like, maybe I should have given that guy my pizza, or someone else said that. I'm like, well, no.
And then they, what? I have to include this as well. They had like the old ticket booths you see in the '60s, and they were like right next to us. I'm like, is this place any less modern? And then I quoted something from Frosty the Snowman, the cartoon movie from 1969. No money, no ticket. So I have to include that there. That's when
you're also forgetting the treacherous journey even to get to that train station, because in your infinite wisdom, we were going to walk from the lovely Italian restaurant by the water. We had to walk, and it was all highway. So we were risking our lives just running over highways and running across highways and stuff. It was a treacherous journey. Then we ended up in the hood briefly. I was quite concerned. And then, the railway station, it's all murals of people that have relevancy to New Rochelle. I had to double check with some family members because I'm not all that far from New Rochelle, actually. I'm only like 20 minutes away. So I had to ask some people. Those are murals of people with relevancy. So there was a dude with a ventriloquist dummy. There was a creepy dude with a painting. There was dramatic art. So there was a woman that looks like she was falling out of a castle. And it all looked a little bit spooky, especially the ventriloquist and the dummy with the balloons above. I mean, that's creepy. Yes, there was a holding cell, very creepy. The security guard that was just kind of gave up on the fact that there was a dude basically spark out like this in the middle of the railway station waiting room, who I'm pretty was convinced was dead or was about to be dead. So it was a terrifying, hair-raising experience, and there was a children's library as well, right beside the ticket booth.
It was right outside.
Very hard couch with a chapter book and a coloring. No, it wasn't a coloring book. It was a picture book, which was really.
Was there a big pair of lips on the couch?
Yeah, that was the sofa. Sofa.
There's a sofa. Creepy, right beside the children's library. Why is there a children's library beside the ticket booth?
Yep, and then the bathroom was locked. So if we wanted to hide from a clown, we had no chance of surviving. But
this is something from Stephen King. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it is Stephen King. His next movie, his 368th film. No, this is not Donald's twin. That's Brian, of course, MH. So now we get into the cream of the fucking crop, the meat and potatoes. The kids got to read. Yeah, not at a train station that looks like holy hell. So we are contemplating, okay, where are we going to eat after the game?
Because, by the way, this is New Jersey, everybody. There are places that close at 8, 9, 10 o'clock. So, especially on a Sunday. So you never know. That's why we kind of had to leave the game early, because we would have had nowhere to eat almost.
Okay, so we're like, okay, let's go to this one place. I don't remember the name. I kind of don't feel like remembering the name right now.
It was an Italian place.
Yeah, it was an Italian place. So we go in, and of course there's no parking. I mean, the parking lot was fucking smaller than hell. But we go in, 9 people, And I didn't hear much of the conversation between Pete, Gyra, and the hostess. And apparently the hostess didn't have a nice attitude. And basically she had no intention of seating us. We're not sitting out. We're not seating people outside right now. And, we they didn't even tell us a wait time. Like, you could say, okay, well, it's a 30-minute wait. We might set up, or do what even Patsy's did, 2 different tables, but just to join to each other. So they had no intention of seating us, and 3 people just walk in after us, and they get seated right away. I'm like, do you not want money or something? Like, do you think we're fucking poor people? So, I mean, it was just weird. And then also...
No room at the inn. No room at the inn.
Yeah, no room in the end. And, they had the balls to have 2 pictures of Brian Cashman up and seat him twice, but they couldn't seat us. So MH says the kids got to read, people got to go to mass, just find a burger place. That was not our intention, but we'll get to that. Second restaurant, which is not too far, which ain't too far.
It was like right across the street almost.
Yeah. So we're 0 for 1 right now. We're 0 for 1. That's like Joey Gallo, how he starts his games. So we go to this number one bar and grill or something like that, and it looked like somebody's house. It looked like somebody's house because there was a cellar there, weird shit, something you would see in Jim Thorpe, and I don't know who walked in first.
It might have been Francis.
It might have been Francis.
I did. Yeah.
So
Me and Francis walked in. They just told us to shut the door to save the air conditioning.
Shut the door. The AC.
Yeah, well, I mean, I looked at, how I likened it? I likened it to a cowboy walking into a saloon, right? And then all the people in the saloon just looking at you like, you're not from around here, are you, sport? It's like that. And unfortunately, I wasn't carrying, so I didn't feel safe. So
shout outs to Matt Riley, who was on the trip with us yesterday. MH says Alex narrating the shady story, NYY News TV, aka Pizza, is shaking my head. Joe is also in the chat, who took part in a lot of yesterday's stuff.
Yo.
So Luca waves us back by the car because he was the first to go with the other party.
Joe told me it's not worth it, so he kept doing this. I'm like, that's what I did to Pete.
I was like this.
Yeah. So there was that. Then restaurant 3 we took a chance with a little bit. I really don't get too explicit on my channel, but I could have sworn there was a sign on before we get into this barbecue place that said "Enjoy tits." I'm like, what? I couldn't even understand what it said, so I'm like, okay. So it was like 7:30, and we got in. And we had the mentality of, okay, this place closes at 8.
It's the Double Tap Bar and Grill, by the way.
Yeah. So we had the mentality of, okay, well, you know what? They may close at 8, but they're not going to start kicking people out at 8. So, that's what usual restaurants do, at least normal ones, not in Jersey, I guess. So we go in, and the hostess sits us down, and she's like, oh, you got to order in less than 3 minutes because we close at 8 o'clock. I'm like, oh, we're going to be rushed, aren't we? So we start processing. We were like, okay, let's see what we're going to order. And then we start getting the feeling like, you know what? We just don't feel comfortable here. We're going to be rushed, and so we leave. The wait.
Rushed. What are you talking about? We'd have 3 minutes to order. Then we'd have to stuff down our food in less than 3 minutes, considering the whole place shut at 8, and we were there at 7:30. So we had no chance to do anything.
So the waiter was actually pretty nice, and he was trying to get us to sit down and all this stuff. I'm like, you know what? We don't want to be rushed. Sorry. So we go outside, and here's one part I missed when I was telling my mother the story yesterday. So we call up another restaurant. I don't know what restaurant it was. Do you have the name, Luca?
Maggiano's. It was Maggiano's.
Maggiano's. Apparently they have a lot of that near Pete's and Pete's Place in Virginia, and apparently it's okay, but maybe it's better than Jersey. So Joe calls it up, and Joe, if I'm misquoting you, please put in the chat what you said over the phone. So he calls over the phone, and basically he's like, "Can you seat a table for 9?" And she kept saying, "Oh, you want a reservation?" And he goes, "No. We're going to be there in the next 2 minutes. Can you seat 9?" And I guess she couldn't understand him. So he gets aggressive on the phone. And I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is he doing? He goes, we either come there now or we don't come at all.
He goes, you got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes. So, I mean,
we either come now or we don't come at all.
We
2 minutes.
come now or we don't come at all. So, I mean, that was just some crazy.
She shit herself and hung up the phone.
Yeah. So
Our guy went Tony Soprano on her ass, and she fucking shot herself and hung up the phone.
So
I love that.
Happened.
That was brilliant, man. That was mafia right there, man. That was badass right there.
Yeah, you don't fuck with Joe. You don't fuck with Joe. Shouts to Tyler. Shoutouts to Li. So now we stumble upon Mama Rosina's, and this place.
By the way, everybody called me a champion for calling them up. I was the one who called them up, and I said, do you need reservations for this place? The guy said, no. I said, table of 9 will be there in a few minutes. He's like, okay, table's open. So they set up the table of 9 beforehand, which I found interesting. So go on, Alex.
I didn't plan it. I just go without myself, Joe says. Matt says LMAO, and so does Pete. This place was in front of a fucking train station.
Boundbrook train station. It was on the Raritan Valley line, which we took on the way to Bridgewater. So we must have passed it when we were going to the ballpark. So there's that. Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah. So it's in front of a train station, and I said it. I fucking said it. I'm like, I've ate at Maggiato's. It's a good spot. It's the one in Virginia, though. Then Pete probably MLY News TV. I mean, it's Pete, but Unpopular Opinion Sports, he probably maybe somewhere in that area. He's ate the same one you have. So I'm like, I don't know if I have a good feeling about this place because we're right in front of a fucking train. What restaurant's in front of a train station? I mean, and then there was like construction on the side. I remember Pete was talking about roaches and mice and shit. So I'm like, okay, we'll see.
I said we're gonna see Ratatouille here.
Yeah, he's gonna make our food for us. So we go in
with a mouse with a chef's hat.
Okay, so we go in. And we get sat down, table of 9, and the waitress shouts to Grego, "What's going on?" Some guy had the weirdest face I've ever seen.
Says, there were people staring at us as we walked in, by the way.
So Joe says,
dude's like that.
Joe says, I told y'all from the start I had the ick. It's like we were going to get fucking whacked in there.
It literally has a feeling. It's like a scene out of The Sopranos.
I'm telling you, that's where they put like bodies in the freezer around the back of there, man. There was just this empty, open bit at the back. It was just like not used for anything. I was like, some bad business is going on around the back of there.
And then when I was in the bathroom, it had like it was like a little hallway. Like you had not really a big hallway, like a very small, kind of tiny hallway. Women's bathroom on the left, men's bathroom on the right. The shade of the hallway, the light fainting on the hallway, it looked like I was Michael grabbing the gun behind the toilet. I'm gonna go kill Salazzo McCluskey. That's what was gonna happen. I'm gonna grab the gun.
I didn't go in the bathroom. I mean, Matt's brother did, so I wouldn't have known other than Luca than Matt's brother. So we sit down and we're given water. We're given water, right? And like the person who's serving us, like the one person, she's so fucking rude. Excuse me, puts the water down. Excuse me, like she didn't have what crawled up your fucking ass and died. So I mean, she was just rude. Then the guy takes our drink orders. We're like, okay. So Matt says, I walked in the bathroom and it was so damn sticky in there. Yeah, it's a wild story, MH.
It gets better. Just leave it at that.
All the tables, did you notice how sticky the tablecloth was? The tables were all sticky. The walls were dirty. The decor's from like 1982.
I literally think the water. I think the chick spilled the water when she put the water on the table. She might have spilled some. Like I felt it right there. She didn't clean it up.
If it was water, it wouldn't have been sticky.
Yeah, but there was some other shit on it. Then they didn't clean it. But what was this?
That's
what was I going to say?
Either way, though, I couldn't imagine
it is. You're not wrong.
Happen.
Yeah, I mean that might be the case, Li. I hope hopefully that wasn't the case though. Um, damn people, damn Alex, people are impatient. Trust me, it gets better. Clutches, how are y'all? We are good, other than the story we've been going over from last night. But we all
Brace
had
yourself,
fun.
people. Brace yourself.
Brace yourself. Trust me, this shit only gets better. So, I start looking at the reviews of this place because I'm getting irked, and some of the other people at the table on my end are like Joe was, Francis was, Pete was, and we're like, are we really going to order stuff that we usually order at an Italian restaurant, like Patsy's or your Pasquale's or your Maggiano's or whatever? So,
And Joe called it from the start because he walked in behind me. He was like, "Oh, I don't like the look of this."
I think he walked in.
He's like, "I got the yicks already."
I think he walked in. He's like, "What are we in church?"
He's like, "I ain't eating shit in here, boy."
so I go on my phone, and I don't do this with any restaurant usually until I get irked, and I get irked. So I go on this place. I'm like, this place has got like 4.3 out of 5. I'm like, no fucking way. So I told Francis, straight up told Francis, maybe Joe heard me as well. I'm like, look, I think these reviews are fucking fake. I think these alt reviews, I think they buy these accounts with whatever fucking money they had, and they just, they display these comments. So we wait about 20 goddamn minutes, 20 to 30 minutes for anyone to recognize that we were just ready to order. Not to mention the bread wasn't good. It wasn't like Italian bread. It's like shit you buy at ShopRite.
45, brother. It wasn't even close to 20. It was more towards 45 minutes. We got our drinks, and then the guy didn't come around for 45 freaking minutes. And the place was empty. There was 3 tables.
Yeah, and they're all old people.
And they were all just staring at us like, whoa.
So it was a good 40 minutes. NYY News TV, Pete says, restaurant nightmares, kitchen nightmares. So now it's restaurant.
It was. I was expecting Gordon Ramsay to come out going, what the fuck is going on in here, by the way?
You guys went to a bar and grill? Officially, no. But we tried at least 1 or 2, and that didn't work. So, with that being said, he comes around and says, okay. So Francis says, skip me. Joe says, skip me. And he's like, you know what? I'll come back. I'm very busy right now. So he had the attitude. I'm like, where's this guy getting the attitude at? And Jaira, who is Pete's fiance, goes, you know what? Cancel the orders. Bring us the check for the drinks. And he goes, okay. I'll get to Joe's comment in a second because I want to go in order. But fucking, Joe was crazy. So he hands us the check, whatever. And Jaira writes on the check, "You very rude. You need customer service classes." So Joe also says, I cursed out the other guests before we left. They kept staring at us. So I looked back and they looked away. I told them they're cocksuckers. Fucking hell.
I mean, you're underselling how bad that waiter was. Because we were just about to try and enunciate what we wanted, but he kept rushing us like, come on. I don't have all day. We're rushed. We're busy. And it was like, whoa, like, what the fuck? That's why we got pissed off. And, credit to Pete's fiance. Like, she was just like, she just finally had it. So, yeah, it was really smart. We should wrote, you guys need customer service, and then capital letters, rude, awesome.
Yeah. So MH puts 1/3 of a star review, not even fucking 0. Li says, why am I not shocked that's from Joe? No, you shouldn't be shocked at all. Okay, so Francis said something, and I'm going to foreshadow this. Francis said, fuck this shit. We need somebody with a camera around us every time we do something, because the worst shit always happens to us. I will never forget Joe yelling at Aaron Hicks. Yeah, Joe was he was a fireball. He almost got kicked out of the last game we went to.
He did, actually, yeah. It's amazing. Yeah,
because of a Karen. So we're outside. This is the best part, everybody. We're outside. We're talking. Oh, should we go back to New York? And I was really talking with Dom. Like, you know what? Let's go to the Perfect Pint in Manhattan. We'll take Matt and his brother with us. I guess Francis is gonna go home. I mean, he just came back from Israel, and Joe's gonna go home to his place, maybe order something. I don't know. And then the guy comes out with the check and the receipt from the steps of the restaurant and starts yelling at us. He starts saying, "I don't appreciate this." So I start tapping Pete, and Pete looks like he's going to fucking fight the guy. He comes out, "You fucking cocksucker. You got the fucking nerve. You piece of shit.
You got the fucking balls.
You got the fucking balls to come out here." So literally Donald, Matt, his brother by the car, I start screaming, "You fucking cocksucker."
I flipped the guy off.
It was fucking crazy.
Joe and
he starts threatening us. He's like, "Oh, you don't want to come back?" He was waving this receipt. "I don't appreciate that." And Pete's like, "What do you say, you fucking cocksucker?" He was meant to go Joe Pesci on his ass.
So literally, Joe and Shira were holding him back, and Pete is like talking.
He
all that
darts
shit.
for the fucking guy. He goes right for him, and his fiance separated before he beat the piss out of that fucker.
So he goes back in. He starts yelling. I waited by the car.
Oh shit!
Imagine. Oh man. Okay.
That's exactly what I said to Luca. I think I said this. It's like, dude, we're about to get whacked in a car park in Jersey. Like, let's get in the fucking car.
And then we literally right there was a dummy cop car. There was a fucking cop car with nobody in it. Fucking hell. So the argument's over with. And then after, because we're contemplating once again after the whole spiel, whether to fucking go home or go to the restaurant at the Hilton, all I see is Pete doing this, facing the restaurant, calling the hotel. It's fucking funny as hell. So, and also on the way out, I'm like, your fucking Italian food is so bad, Joey Gallo eats it. So I decided to put that in there. And
now, what was cool, Francis, the wise head, he sees the chef or the cook or whatever the hell's going on, the kitchen dude at the back having a cigarette, and he goes and talks to him, and he basically was like, your owner's gotta go. And he's like, "Are you guys busy in there?" And he's like, "No, it's like 3 people." He's like, "Well, I mean, that guy started on us." And, and the kitchen dude was like, "Oh," right? And he's like, "Well, he seems okay, but your owner's got to go." And he's like, "Oh, by the way, you really fucked up big time because this dude's a celebrity. Pete's a celebrity.
He's known on YouTube.
Fucked up big time."
Matt says, not to mention one of the worst parts, it was like $50 for the fucking drinks we ordered. I mean, I just don't understand that. We didn't even all get drinks. 9 people. We didn't even all get drinks, which is the fucking crazy part. So what he basically said to the cooks, I was actually over there during the conversation, and he's like, "You guys busy tonight?" He goes, "No, we're just shorthanded in the kitchen." And he goes, "Well, your manager wasn't very nice." And he's like, "Well, I'm sorry about that." And what was I going to say? Francis, like, your manager fucked up because that guy's known on YouTube. He's very famous on YouTube. So he goes, "You guys are good, but that manager's got to go." So, and then we get out of there, and then we start, and then Pete apologizes in the car ride. He goes like, "Guys, I'm very sorry." I'm like, no, nothing to apologize about. And then we get to the hotel, the Hilton, which Pete and Jaira were staying at, and it was very good food.
First of all, let me say the place was kind of secluded. It was like we had to make a U-turn to get there. Remember, we passed by it, we entered, we had to,
Yeah, it was like in the middle of the woods. But also as well, Pete brought this up, and Jaira did as well in the car. Like, you're supposedly busy, but you can come outside and try to fucking start a confrontation with us?
He had some balls. He had some fucking balls. He almost lost his balls. His balls were almost removed forcibly, but I'll have to give it to him. He has balls.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking in the NYY news chat about that today. He's like, lucky nobody ran in after him. I'm like, fuck, I should have though. I really should have. But then again,
these dudes are killers. These dudes, they've got this nice smile, but boy, when they're ready to fight, they're ready to go.
I literally should have went after him, but I didn't. If that happened though, Luca would have been running the show tonight, and then the NYY News TV, they probably would have a little GoFundMe page for my bail money. Because Jersey cops probably ain't fucking liking us New Yorkers. We all know that. Yeah, he did have some nerve. So I came to the conclusion, at least in my own bias, that all those fucking reviews are fake. Because I'm like, how is this place good reviews? So we go to the hotel restaurant, and the guy was very nice.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Like, I think Matt or Donald said to me, is this from the place from The Sopranos? And you know what? That thought came to my head. Where Johnny Sack has his meeting base with the yellow background, where he's with Carmine Lupertazzi Sr. That's what I thought of. I'm like, is this the place? And I looked up like, no, that's on Mulberry Street.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So we go to the restaurant, and I think we were over.
Well, can I say something real quick? 9v1 assault on that old man. We would have owned that place after we were done. Yeah, Pete was like, Pete and Joe were like, imagine if the rest of the employees came out to fight, there would have been a full-on brawl.
Fucking WWE, Hell in a Cell.
I think they'd open on our side. That guy's a fucking cunt. I think they were all probably wanted him done anyway.
Oh my god! So we go to the Hilton, and they had some pretty good food, and we were all joking around after. And the guy was a nice guy, our waiter, Carlos. I think sometimes maybe we were overly nice because of the way we were treated. The first fucking how many restaurants? That was some crazy ass shit. Luca, you're about to say something.
2 hours to find one restaurant.
Yes,
2 hours. We traveled for 2 hours.
Like 8:30. We didn't sit down until like 8:30.
We left the ballpark at around 5? We left the ballpark around 6:30, and 2 hours looking for our restaurant.
It was almost 9. Yeah, I mean, I think it was almost 9 o'clock till we started eating. Man, it was wild,
and we didn't get out of there till next to 11.
Yeah,
so that was a crazy part.
And shout out to Francis, man. I gotta thank him, man, because that guy had been traveling for 30 hours, and he drove us from New Jersey
from hell
back to New York. And managed to survive some dude that was looking like he wanted to fight.
Yeah, that was crazy. There was a guy in a BMW who was driving like this, and then I think Donald's like, either Donald or Matt said, you know what, I'm not going to fuck with this guy. It looks like he's packing.
That's what I said. Yeah, I said, because he was driving like the same side of us, and then he'd cut in front of us, and then he'd stop, and then he'd wait a little while, and then just turbo it for like 10, 15 yards and then stop again. And he was antagonizing us, and then he was cutting in and cutting out, cutting in. And I was like, oh shit, he's ready to start something here.
Yeah, and even just the way he went on to the one exit after we got off the GWB. And I've come to this conclusion. I'm never going to Bound Brook, New Jersey ever again. No, I'm not. I need to swear on the fact that I'm never going, and it's not Somerset Patriots' fault. But I need to swear on the fact that I'm not going to Bound Brook, New Jersey. I'm not going to a Somerset Patriots game because that place is a literal curse, and I don't know how you get worse than New Rochelle.
No. Yeah, Bound Brook.
How did you? So you guys ended up going to a Somerset Patriots game. That's how this all started.
It was Podcasters Night at TD Bank Ballpark. So okay. Somerset Patriots game. We were all invited, as a part of the NYY News TV crew. We obviously gave Donald some tickets, Matt, and all of the other guys. So
because now that you told me where it was, now it all makes sense. Because that's literally one of the worst parts of Jersey to go to. It's one of the worst ones. Anywhere near that ballpark. But if you were going to go to a game with like a Yankee affiliate of some sort, Scranton is always the way to go. Scranton, every time. Always had a great experience over there with the Rail Riders. Every time I've had friends go, I had a friend that worked there. It's always amazing that I can vouch for. So.
But to be honest, they were lovely. They're gracious, and it's a really nice facility, and it was a really nice game. And I think we probably should have just stayed and eaten freaking there, but it saved us 2.5 hours.
I know for a fact it's definitely a good stadium. It's well taken care of, all that. Like, everything's great about it. It's when you leave and you try to do anything around the stadium. It always happens.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I mean, I feel bad for Pete a little bit because he said, this would be a great place to have another event.
Mhm.
And he said after that, I ain't going to Jersey. We ain't having an event here. So, I mean, thank you, Jersey. You ruined it for yourself. I know Matt's going to come in and he's going to be like, well, that's
Evan
not all Jersey.
Evan Spitzberg
but-
actually lives in Jersey, but
Yeah.
again, I told my sister the story. She's like, you guys, looking back on it, you guys should have went somewhere like Paramus or at least close to MetLife, because there are a lot of places in East Rutherford that would have stayed open. Alex, the Candlewick would have been a perfect place.
Yeah, Candlewick Diner. There was a couple other ones that we could have went to. But it was a really crazy night. It was really crazy night, to say that. I'm actually gonna, as I said, I wrote a review, a Google review for that restaurant. I'm gonna pull it up. We're gonna do this live. We're gonna do it live. So let's pull up the review. I did this on my personal account. So let's go to newest. 7 hours ago. Horrible is the least I can say. We sit down and my friends are a bit irked about the place. The waitress who placed our waters down on the table said, "Excuse me," in the nastiest tone you can think of. We get the drinks and the bread. The bread was not very good. Tastes like something you would buy at ShopRite, so I honestly would expect more from an Italian restaurant. Then we had to wait 20 minutes for anyone to notice we were ready to order our meal. Really 45. Two of my friends in the party of 9 told the manager/waiter, whatever he was, to skip him, and he had a nasty attitude saying, "I'll come back because I'm very busy," and the place probably wasn't even half packed. When he's done saying that, we canceled the order and just paid for drinks. My friend's fiance wrote on the check that he was rude, which he was, and we left. Then as we are talking outside about what restaurant we want to go to next, the waiter/manager comes outside and starts yelling at us. He does not appreciate the comment on the check, nearly causing a confrontation. Felt a bit bad because the cooks were outside after, and we had to tell them what happened. I don't write reviews ever, but if you have the time to come outside and yell at us about feedback, and your cooks have the time to stand outside smoking, then you have time to give us quality customer service.
Well put, Alex. Matt Rowley says, anywhere in Monmouth and Middlesex County in Jersey is great. Don't let last night ruin your experience. Yeah, anywhere close to, I guess, the city, like anywhere close to like the city, like by like East Rutherford, Paramus. I guess those are good areas because we stayed at East Rutherford like twice. It's not a bad area. It's not.
Yeah, and also, what was it? Atlantic City. We were just in Atlantic City. Nice area.
Yeah, those are good. Yeah, nice area too.
Nothing to complain. So Evan says, I almost went to college in Monmouth County, but I'm at Montclair State. My two cousins go to Monmouth in Jersey. Li says, what about a get-together at Progressive Field? I almost went to Progressive Field, but it was kind of too late. Well, Brian, you've been there. Brian, you need to tell us.
It's Cleveland. That's it.
It's Cleveland.
It's Cleveland. So you're not very keen on the whole city.
Don't get me wrong. From what I've heard, the field is nice, and the people I've talked to, they know what fields are nice, what's not. For example, from what I've heard collectively, one of the best ballparks in the MLB is Arlington for the Rangers. I've heard collectively that.
Brian, have you got a way of turning up your microphone? It's not very loud. Have you got a way we can turn
really
up?
Far away. My bad. That's why. So yeah, apparently the one for the Rangers in Arlington is supposedly the best ballpark. That's what I've heard. Among the MLB, which is weird because the Texas isn't necessarily a great team, and they haven't been for a while. And I've always heard that it's a good experience out there, and I've also heard it's really good in Arizona. And I also know somebody's getting ready to go to Seattle and tell me how it's going in the Mariners ballpark because he's been saying there's some good stuff there, so he's going to check it out for him.
Yeah.
Do I still sound bad?
It sounds a little bit like, what was I going to say? Like computerish audio. I mean, do you have your mic with you?
Is this better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this better?
You might need to maybe go in the settings on StreamYard and just up your mic, maybe.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to adjust it because I've got the microphone right here. So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
do one of these things. Just let me mute
All
this a second.
Take your time, Brian.
That was a good review, man. That was a very fair review.
Yeah. But Donald and then Luca on final thoughts on yesterday's weirdness.
So you know what happened? I'm sorry to interrupt. But you know what's going to happen next? It's going to get even wilder, in my opinion. Because I think it's going to be one of those where it just gets progressively more interesting. New Rochelle was already at a certain level. Now you got Boundbrook, New Jersey. What's next?
Oh, I'm pressing record the next time. I'm recording it. This was too good.
We need our own reality show. I think Francis has got the mark on that. We need our own reality.
The
show.
NYO News TV reality show.
100%. That'd be wild.
But can't wait for our next event, though, whenever that is, of course. I'm not going to release any details. But hopefully, you know, our next event and everything that comes after it is all smooth and stuff. And maybe Luca will get to verse Pete in that one-on-one in basketball.
Yeah.
Are you going to beat him?
Yeah, I think I will.
Donald, are you confident in this?
Wait, Alex beat you the last time I heard. Am I right?
In the 3-point contest.
It was a 3-point. You know those things are rigged over there, right? The rims.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Here we go with these spam. You know you're fucking famous when this spam comes in. Fucking
Does
scum.
my mic sound better now?
Yes.
That's much better, man.
Thank
Good job.
God, I had it set on the wrong setting. I realized it was the wrong
Oh,
microphone.
well, that's good, man.
I
I'm
have
glad
one for the camera, one for the
drew
computer,
attention to
and
it.
then the blue mic. It was set
Right,
on
yeah.
the computer.
Sounds much better, man.
Thank God. Okay, so did you hear even a word?
Yeah, we heard. I think you were talking about like how some of your friends like say Arlington is the best ballpark.
Okay,
In
I know it's hard to see, so I'll just reiterate it really quick.
okay,
Arlington, I've heard, is one of the best ballparks in Major League Baseball. I've heard the same thing about Arizona, and I have somebody that's going to Seattle on vacation this week, and they're going to be touring the ballpark, so they're going to tell me how it is over there too.
okay.
So, like, I've always heard, Progressive is solid, but the city itself takes away from how good it is. Like, that's what sucks about it.
I thought personally, I thought Cleveland was an all right city when we went there.
I would go back, in my opinion. At least the area by the ballpark. Like, what were we in downtown Cleveland, Alex?
I would say so. I was pretty mad at one of the breakfast places though, because like everything, one of the mornings we left, it was like a 30-minute fucking wait for everything, or an hour, and we didn't have that time. So we went to this one place, and it was a breakfast place kind of thing, but they didn't have pancakes, but they had French toast. So I was pissed about that.
I mean, yeah.
I don't know the progressive field meetups are anytime soon, but we'll keep you updated on the next event. Probably New York based. We'll see.
That would be good. New York based would be good.
New Jersey. I mean, I think Pete's had enough with Jersey. At least that from what I know after last night. But it's weird though, because you really can't sometimes you really can't catch your shit on camera, and it's not the same as you tell it. But I thought we had a good time telling it, the story.
Yeah, I thought we did.
So, Unpopular Opinion Sports says Cleveland's okay. Been to the Brown Stadium. It was pretty cool. I was outside it. That's what I can say. I've never been inside.
What was it First Energy Stadium? I think it's called now, or something else. Yeah, from outside it looked pretty cool. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
First Energy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Looked pretty cool from the outside. Like I got to take a picture in the sunlight. It just looked. It was all glamoring. That's what I said. But nice stadium. Fucking better than MetLife.
Yeah. Oh, also, I'm sorry, Unpopular Opinion Sports. He was at the Yankee game where Garrett Cole didn't pitch so great and the offense wasn't so good, and then Shane Green gave up that home run. So I'm sorry, Unpopular Opinion Sports, you had to be there.
Against the Orioles this past weekend.
Yeah, so I'm sorry about that.
Brutal. I'm still pissed at that.
I'm sorry about that. Let's go into some Yankees. Then we'll go into some NFL,
Let's
NBA.
do it.
Let's do it. So I'm going to toss it around the table. First thoughts on the first half of the season. I'll start with Donald, Brian, then Luca.
The record. has been incredible. That's what surprised me the most is how good the record was. I mean, I think we all knew it was going to be a pretty good team, but the thing that's impressed me the most is, well, I think the starting pitching has kind of carried us. Aaron Judge has definitely carried us. He's number one in the American League in WAR. I believe DJ LeMahieu's fifth, by the way. So
top 5.
DJ haters, suck on that. He's been great lately, especially. But Aaron Judge has really just put this team on his back. It's been quite spectacular. I was saying the same thing to Pete. I was like, I've very rarely seen a season where one guy can literally carry a team for long stretches like Aaron Judge has done. It's been kind of like Barry Bonds caliber with the Giants, and that was a while ago, and that was when he was built like a truck with possible steroids, but I don't care about that. The guy should be in the Hall of Fame, but that doesn't matter. So that time where he carried the Giants multiple times is like what Aaron Judge is doing right now. That's how good Aaron Judge is right now. So we got Aaron Judge who's carrying the team. I'm loving the team chemistry. I think the team chemistry has been fantastic. There's been, apart from this month, July's been a bit of a mess. I've not been terribly happy with July, but overall, this team plays hard every single day. They never give up. The ninth inning, they play even harder, and they've pulled off some spectacular comebacks, and there's been a lot of special moments in this year. And it's not just Aaron Judge. I mean, to be honest, everyone's pitched in. Everyone's contributed apart from Joey Gallo. If you look at our starting rotation, they've all stepped up. The bullpen's been great apart from Chapman, namely. But, we've had an incredible year from Holmes. Mike King, get better. We wish you all the best. He's been, he should have been in the All-Star team this year. Top 10 in the American League in reliever. So it's a shame that he went down, but the bullpen's been great, Marinaccio, etc. So starting rotation. And then, you go through the lineup. My biggest concern going into this year was the lack of protection after Stanton. But, Torres has had a better year. I guess my biggest concern is they definitely need another bat, because I still question the protection after Stanton. Thank God for Matty Mustache, because without Matty Mustache, we'd have been screwed, because he's been incredible. He has been incredible. So, I still think Big G has been fantastic all year, although he's he's kind of struggling right now, but when he's on,
hasn't even played. So there's that. We got some news on the NFL front, Giants front, actually. It's weird because this is the year, I guess, we do this. Reunite with draft picks. The New York Giants are expected to sign undrafted free agent from 2016, Andrew Adams, who was with the team up until 2018. And the safety, yep. So he was part of that. He was signed by Jerry Reese, and now we have another Jerry Reese guy back on the team. He was also a Buccaneer. So
as Brian was pointing to his hat.
He's fairly productive.
He's a role player, though.
That's definitely. I'm not good. Yeah, I mean, productive as a role player. He's definitely
really good on special teams too. So he's a good special teams guy as well.
Yeah.
Like, usually, the coverage unit. That's usually what he's good at with that.
Yeah, good depth signing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's played total 87 career games, so obviously experience added to that front. Unpopular Opinion Sports says shit was funny how Joey Gallo was getting heckled. Yo, Joey, put your fucking glove on. Oh, if you ain't seen Unpopular Opinion Sports, you have not seen heckling until you've seen Joe GM Petro. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, Joe, you have not seen heckling until you've met with Joe. Joe is a baller as a heckler. He almost got kicked out the last game we went to because he was heckling so bad, because we had a Karen and her two ugly daughters were rooting for Joey Gallo. So that was one of the things
he wasn't even that bad. He was just like, bro, if you strike it, because we were right beside left field. So he was like, bro, if you strike out, you better not come back out here again. Right. I mean, it was just a little bit of joshing, a little bit of fun. But yeah, there was this Karen that cried about everything. And there you go. Almost going kicked out.
I wouldn't totally be banked on this, Li. He says if Matty Mustache wasn't there, it'd probably be Bird as the backup first baseman.
LeMahieu.
LeMahieu
Voit would have never got traded.
If only who never got traded?
Voit would have never gotten traded.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, there's that.
I mean, he might have just been kind of half joking, because you know how much Brian Cashman loves his dudes from yesteryear. I mean, he brought back Shane Green, last known in 2014. I didn't know he was still a baseball player. I thought he was, cleaning toilets in McDonald's, but apparently he's still relieving. And I think he needs to go back to cleaning toilets in McDonald's. So I think he probably is very, very soon. But yeah, Brian Cashman loves his dudes from yesteryear.
Red Sox are looking so bad, and I love it. I don't what the fuck has gone on with them? I mean,
great comment, underrated comment. Best one of the day so far, because what the hell is going on with the Red Sox? We need like the Benny Hill theme tune every time they play. And balls flying all over the infield. Awesome.
I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to enjoy the fact that the Red Sox aren't winning and that they're getting pummeled. That's all I could say about it.
Hilarious.
That's a fair point. Voit was always hurt. Red Sox
he was a powerful bat. Either way.
Yeah.
He's one of the only contributors on the Padres team, along with Machado.
He would have been a really great DH option even then, if we kept him. So if we didn't get Carpenter, he would have probably been DH and still playing on the team.
Blue City says, so my friend was playing NFL Madden, who was a New York Jets fan, and he just won the Super Bowl in that game. Depressing. Matty Mustache. Brian, you were saying?
Yeah, so we're switching over to me now?
Well, were you saying something? I may have cut you off.
No, you didn't cut me off.
Oh, all right. Brian, we're all going to switch over to you anyway for first half thoughts of the Yankees.
We talked about this before the season began. We had a long conversation about this, Alex, and our expectations for the Yankees. And
yes, we did.
You can verify this when I say this. I didn't even have us making the playoffs.
I didn't either.
I had us missing out with a losing record because I didn't like any of the moves that were made. Everything. When we got Trevino, I didn't like it. When we got IKF, I didn't like it. When I realized that we didn't get rid of Joey Gallo, I didn't like it. I still don't like it. I mean, there were so many things that were bothering me about it, and I just didn't feel confident in the team. I thought the Red Sox were better than us. I thought the Rays were better than us, and I thought the Blue Jays were better than us. I thought the Blue Jays had the division wrapped up. Nobody was going to touch them this year. Now look at what's going on. We got really hot at the right time. We got hot early, which means we're going to hold on for a good amount of time. So even if we don't play as good in the second half, we'll still hold on and win the division. So it was really good insurance for us, but it also showed a couple things. Trevino might actually be the best catcher we've seen for the Yankees since – I'm not going to say Cervelli because Cervelli wasn't great.
Nah, he was –
Brian McCann?
No, I didn't like McCann with the Yankees.
Yeah.
I'm going to say since Posada. I'm going to go that far back. Since Posada retired, I think we haven't had a good catcher until right now with Trevino. Because originally we had catchers who would either hit well and not field, or they'd field well and can't hit. We got a balance now with Trevino, which we haven't been able to find. So that's really good. And now look at this. His first year starting as a Yankee, boom, he got an all-star selection. That's great. The hidden gems we found, getting Matt Carpenter in here and realizing we put him in a bench role, we give him extended rest, he can focus on his swing and focus on – he won't get tired as easy. He won't waste his energy as easy because that's what happened with the Cardinals. They played him for so much that he couldn't adjust his swing because he was constantly playing back-to-back games. He couldn't take it. So he needs those extended breaks every now and then, and it works for the Yankees. So that's a good thing. If there's one thing I think I'm going to criticize, I like our bullpen. That's the most I could say about it. I think Chapman's done after this year.
Better fucking be. Better fucking be done.
Oh, absolutely. He lost his slider. If you compare his split this is the funniest thing, and this is what I talked about with a couple guys at my job. Chapman, if you look at his slider pitch from 10 years ago compared to now, it's lost its edge. Something's off in the grip and the delivery. That's the problem. Something's off.
I would actually, you know what?
And it's
You're
not causing the
making some great
same level
points.
of break, and it's losing a little bit of its speed, which is why it's getting hit so well, and he's losing control.
You're making some great points, Brian, but I will say that I think everything works off his fastball. And Chapman's not been able to locate his fastball, and that's been a big, big, big problem. It's also just kind of straight, and if you ain't locating it, it's either going ball or it's going wild. But he is not locating his fastball because everything works off that fastball. But you're right that the off-speed and his sliders and his splitters disappeared. He had that splitter last year briefly, but that he seems to have completely lost confidence in that. And yeah, you're right. His slider is either hanging. It hangs a lot, so it definitely doesn't have that bite that it had before. But really, the big problem is he does not trust his fastball because there was a number of outings that he had prior to him just completely blowing up and being completely useless and going on the IL. Prior to that, all he was doing was throwing sliders because he did not trust his fastball. There was a couple of outings there where he never used his fastball at all and was all just slider because he could not locate it. He didn't know what to do with it. So that's the only thing I would bring up regarding Chapman.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that as well. I think he's been losing it for a while, and that injury that he had didn't help at all when he was out for that extended time. Somehow he came back and was worse. I don't know if he's ever going to get back. I don't see it happening right now. Although I do want to address one comment I read just now. Josh Donaldson is like Chapman's slider, lost its edge. Now, in terms of production on the bat, I'm going to agree. Yeah. I think fielding-wise, he has been very good for us on third base for the most part, and that's all we could ask from him. I guarantee that's the only reason we got him, because we needed a fielder. We didn't need a power bat. We need a guy who's going to occasionally get a hit. And when we get to, like Yankee midseason awards for players and stuff, I'm going to have an interesting selection for you guys.
That's cool. No,
I will say an interesting hidden gem we found this year, two of them actually that I really enjoyed. Michael King. Hope he gets back soon. We'll see him next season. And Clay Holmes. They've been great. They've been great for us. They came out of nowhere for the bullpen, really helped us out. And, I hope they maintain it well. And I think we just need one more reliever to complete the bullpen. And this is where I'm going to finish up with the flaw. Starting pitching. The starting pitching is the flaw. I know what we say about the bats, and I agree that something's got to be done about Gallo. I still think something has to be done about Hicks, personally, as well. But that's a story for another day. My focus is on pitching. With Severino hurt, we called up Erman, and Erman has officially shit the bed. I'm seeing a possible trade right now being explored with Domingo. I'm not even
sure. Herman. I don't understand what they're doing with Herman. It's just like so 2021. Like, what are they doing? Why are they still bringing back Herman?
Yeah.
And pitched all year.
He's
and they bring him in against the Astros. That was a huge mistake. And then now he's against the Mets.
I'm going to give a little teaser here because when we talk about news and stuff later, I got some Soto news involving the Yankees. So a little bit of an interesting development we got there. Well, not so interesting, but I think right now the biggest thing that the Yankees need to focus on moving forward is as this deadline approaches, we need another starter right away because we don't know how long Severino's going to be out because he has a history of being a minor injury that gets extended for too long. So we need another guy for insurance there. And I don't want to go up
question. I do think that Castillo is a priority. I think Castillo should be our number one priority.
Either him or Montes. I wouldn't mind either one. But I would prefer Castillo, obviously. And we could definitely afford it with the couple trades and moves here and there. I would love that. But yes, there's going to be I have news on Soto with that. It's interesting, not so interesting, but we'll see. There's a lot to see about the Yankees. You ask me right now, I think it's going to be a Yankees-Mets World Series. Got it locked in. We're going to get a Subway Series again for the first. And
we need some moves before we beat the Astros, man. I don't see us beating the Astros.
No, we need some moves before we beat the Mets. I'm not even kidding. Because
let's worry about the American League before we worry about the National League. We ain't there yet.
Eventually, it always happens. It's
you're
going to
right,
happen
but
this year.
Playoffs are a different animal.
Damn. Okay, so we got
just watch. There's going to be a little bit of a choke. They're still going to win the division and get into the playoffs, but they're not going to have the same edge in the playoffs. Something's going to happen. I could put that there. And I love the comments saying the Mets are not making it when I'm sitting here and saying they're missing 3 pitchers right now. And once they get all 3 of those pitchers back, the entire National League is screwed. Because right
I still see the Braves beating the Mets.
Are doing well, and the pitching just needs to come up a little bit. That's it. Scherzer has been dominating. Carrasco's been playing well, and Walker has been playing well.
Wait till DeGrom gets back.
And then DeGrom gets back. Don't forget about Tyler McGill as well. There's a lot there still what we're trying to see with the Mets. There's an uncertainty in the pitching. If they come back and they're coming hard, it's going to be very hard to stop them in the National League.
They also need a bullpen. I don't trust their arms, in my opinion. Like, Ottavino's not great. Joely Rodriguez hasn't been great. Seth Lugo hasn't been himself. They just traded away Colin Holderman for Vogelback. Yeah, I understand the trade, but you're also trading one of your more valuable arms, young arms at that. So they don't have a lot of that. They got to go out and get a reliever or 2 or 3, in my opinion. That's how I see it.
I still see the Braves overtaking them in the division right now.
It's still very possible because they've been very hot lately, but I'm telling you, it's going to come down to the wire in that division between how soon is the pitching going to come back. Because DeGrom is making very good progress in rehab assignment, and honestly, he's going to be back in a few weeks.
He's actually set to make a rehab assignment start in Syracuse on Wednesday.
So I'm telling you, in a few weeks, and we already watched what happened in his first rehab start in the minors. He threw how many strikeouts in how many innings? Anybody see that metric?
I know he was really good, but I didn't know how many strikeouts.
I remember seeing something like he threw 6 strikeouts in 3 innings.
I don't want to go down this rabbit hole of the Mets. Like, let's stay focused on the Yankees.
Yeah, okay, but I just wanted to put out there.
No, I see your point. I see your point for sure.
It's going to be a tough, and I want to see the Yankees do more in the trade deadline if they really want to upset them because they're going to be tough to beat this year. It's them and the Dodgers. Them two are going to be really tough to overcome.
Yeah. I was going to go through some – you were saying?
And the last thing I want to address before we move on, to Luca, there was a comment just put in, why can't we just call up Anthony Volpe and Oswald Peraza right now? Maybe they're the missing key to get to the World Series.
It's
too soon.
Volpe, come on.
It's too early. We want to wait on them. Give them another year or two. Let them develop more. If you pull them up too early, it's going to disrupt their development, and it's just going to destroy their confidence. We don't want to do that.
I mean, to be honest, I don't see any reason why Peraza shouldn't have been our starting shortstop going into this year, considering how below average Falafel has been at shortstop, or very league average, I should say. But no, there's a lot of good points that you made, man. I mean, I most especially like your point regarding getting hot at the start of the year. There's that saying, you can't win the division in April, but you can certainly lose it. And I think that was really prevalent regarding the other teams in the AL East. They didn't get off to the hottest start. We did, and now they're they're way behind the 8 ball at this point. So we can afford to have these kind of minor slumps that we're in the moment in July. But the good thing, if there is a good thing about some of these slumps that we're in, is it shows how important it is that we go and get these. We definitely need a bullpen arm, without question. Need a bullpen arm, most especially a 7th or 8th inning guy to support Holmes. That's important. Luis Castillo or Montas, but most especially Castillo, because we scouted him. He looked tremendous in the Reds Yankee game we went to. I want Castillo in there, and we want a bat that can counteract the Astros pitching. That's really my priority right now. So I'm edging towards Benintendi because he's a contact hitter. If you look at all his metrics, doesn't strike out, high batting average, he always makes contact. That is a type of guy that can counteract the Astros pitching, because we are really struggling to make contact. If you look at our numbers against the Astros, it's pretty terrifying. So I think a contact guy rather than a big power guy, I would prefer Benintendi over Happ. Obviously, our dream is Soto, but more realistically, I assume, considering we're going to go heavy on the Castillo deal, I assume that I think Benintendi would make a lot of sense.
I'm going to float an idea real quick, and I've talked about this before, and every Yankee fan has argued with me on this. And I think it's a good idea. A lot of people don't. But maybe we don't need to add another outfielder. In the sense that we find a way to get rid of Gallo and we get a pitcher in a package involving Gallo, and we give Andujar what he wants. So Andujar's complaint when he requested a trade was that he wasn't getting enough playing time. And when he was playing this year, he played very well. He's played very well when he's been called up with us. But every time that he does well, he gets sent right back down because Gallo needs his time. And Gallo's not showing up. If you get rid of Gallo and you keep Hicks in the outfield with Judge, you could call up Andujar and put him in left field, and you've got an interesting scenario built. You've got a solid fielding outfield that got good arms and decent bats. That's what we needed. And then you could still keep Stanton and Carpenter as flexible DHs. And that's all we needed. We can just get rid of one outfielder and promote Andujar. And I think that could solve the problem.
Let me ask this. First of all, let me say that idea does not sound far-fetched. I don't think the Yankees will do it. But what about Florial? Would you promote him to be that outfielder? Because he's played very well in AAA. It's like his best season.
He has as well. I just don't know. This is my problem with Florial. I think he just needs till next year.
Think so?
I think next year he could be a full-time guy up above. Maybe on the bench, obviously, as a bench role. But I see him being up here next year, not this year.
To me, so I guess I'm going to go into my my little Yankee thing. To me, I see Florial and Peraza as trade chips. Peraza probably going to the Reds. I see Florial and whoever, maybe like a B prospect or a C prospect, going to the Royals for Andrew Benintendi and someone like Scott Barlow, because I think Barlow is very heavily pursued in the market. So is David Robertson. But going into that, the Yankees have outperformed, obviously, all of our expectations with the moves. You like, the weird thing is, I guess they improved from within rather than on the outside, because the IKF Donaldson trade is horrible. Trevino and Carpenter and Rizzo, I guess you can actually say, has worked out, even though Rizzo's struggling right now. The Yankees really didn't make a move with starting pitching. They stuck with Cole. They bet on Severino. They bet on Nestor Cortez pitching well. And I said before the season that this guy was going to be as a spot starter. That's not his the long-term answer for him as a pitcher would be a spot starter and a long reliever, not a starter. So he's proved me wrong on that. He obviously earned the All-Star, selection. What other moves were they made? Keeping Joey Gallo hasn't worked out. Obviously, they could have traded him in the offseason. I know the Brewers were interested. The Padres were interested in the offseason. The Yankees did nothing. They bet on him, and it's even worse bet because he's probably the worst player in the league. Let's be real.
I got one that we forgot about. The guy that we made that trade with Sanchez when we sent Sanchez and Urshela to the Twins and we got that catcher back.
Rorvet. He's in AAA. I mean, what kind of trade was that? That was.
I hated that trade from day one.
It worked out for everyone because in the end, even though we didn't use Rortvet, what ends up happening is we got rid of Sanchez and Urshela, and it opened up space and positions that we were able to fill with players. Obviously, Trevino was better than Sanchez, and I'm not going to say Donaldson was better than Urshela. But I'm saying it filled needs immediately, and somehow the chemistry built really well there. And for the Twins, Sanchez, obviously fizzling, but Urshela has played well for them, and the Twins are doing well. So it was an equal trade for everybody. Even though the Yankees didn't technically win the deal, they ended up winning in the end because look at them right now.
I guess, but you also opened up the room for the Twins to sign Carlos Correa. That's what kind of bit them in the ass. You could have had Correa. I mean, I'm not going to go into the whole shortstop thing. You could have had Seager, Semien, and Correa. You could go on to these different things. I'm all laying off that. So, the expectations, Steve, I said fourth place team. We're just going to be right in front of the Orioles. I said the Jays were better. I said the Red Sox were better. I said the Rays were better. Everybody else is fizzling. The Blue Jays fired Charlie Montoyo. The Red Sox are in free fall. They were never really good to begin with from the season to the start. The Rays, I guess, are still trying to hang on. But you know what? I got to say, you guys haven't mentioned it enough. I think Aaron Boone's changed. I'm pissed off at him for the way how he's managed last Thursday. I think it was, pitching Herman. Because to me, I kind of think they threw that doubleheader. Like, okay, we're 13 games in front of the Rays or whatever. It's like they're not even caring about the first seed. Like, to me, I ranted on that. I was like, how can you accept that as an organization, this, and this? But you know what? We got to take these games seriously from now on, because if the Astros go ahead of us, in my opinion, in the American League, and they're the first seed, we're the second, we have to play them in the American League Championship Series, I'm not going to be happy, especially if we don't get those additions, because I'd easily look back and say, okay, we should have taken at least one of those double headers from the Astros. We could have, maybe swept, well, we should have gotten swept in the June series, but that's my opinion. We could have won the game, that singular game from whenever. I think that was the end of the June or early July, whatever. You don't want to look back on all of those games. So Aaron Boone's improved as a manager. He seems, I think he's just better overall. I think he's, sticking up for his players more. And it seems he's more in control. Like we all said last year, he's very robotic. Everything was organizational. He was just a yes man. He wants to be in control. And apparently, per Willie Randolph, that's what he wanted when the contract talks came along. He's like, I want control of my team. And yeah, that's exactly what happened. So that happens.
Whoa, look, reverse that. Is that what you heard?
Willie Randolph literally said in spring training that Aaron Boone wanted to come back as long as he can manage his own team and as long as he wanted his control. Yeah. That is
great to hear. That's what I was thinking, because he's a different manager this year. It's a great point, Luca, because he is different. He does seem to have a little bit. He just seems to be in a bit more control of the team, and he's a bit more forthright. I've listened to him in interviews. He's more forthright now.
He's not a robot. He's not corporate answers.
He's less corporate. He shoots from the hip more often. And he fights for his guys. You can never, ever say he doesn't fight for his guys, because he's out there screaming over balls and strikes and getting in the umpire's face basically on a daily basis at this point. And but not just that. You just look at, as I mentioned at the start, team chemistry has been really, really good this year. Everyone's fighting. And as you say, the only series we took off was that doubleheader against the Astros, where it felt like a punt, and I was pissed off at the time. But if you look at the bigger picture, every single series we're going for it, man. And once we get in the ninth inning, even if we're down 3 runs, we're fighting. I mean, look at that game against the Reds where we're down multiple times.
4-1.
We just keep fighting back. This team fights, man, and I love that. So I do feel great about that. That's probably my favorite aspect of this year. Is the fight.
We didn't have that last year.
No,
especially with Gleyber Torres obviously had his mental lapses. I think he's kind of disappointed me here in the second half, even though short sample size. But he's had a turnaround year. DJ LeMahieu was playing better. But again, we need the bats. We need at least one bat. Give me Benintendi. Obviously, Juan Soto is the bigger picture. Brian Reynolds as well. I know Brian was just doing this. So, do you have something to say, Brian?
Yeah, don't forget David Peralta too. There's possibly we could do David Peralta and take him from Arizona. I mean, they got a lot of young outfielders now. They're willing to offboard him. I know he's 35, but even just to have him for this season, just to finish, could be an extra bat that we could use, an extra guy in the outfield. Could work just for this season, though.
I guess, but I'm not. He's not high on my list, but. Again, we'll see where it goes. Ian Happ's on the been mentioned several times, but the important thing to me, get me 1 or 2 relief arms. Obviously, you could do the Barlow trade and the Andrew Benintendi trade as I imagined it, and obviously Castillo's the big picture. You need that 1-2. That would be a hell of a 1-2 punch with Garrett Cole, especially to me, Garrett Cole has a lot to prove, especially after this past weekend complaining about the heat. Many starts where he's blown up and people are saying, this, and this. I think he's kind of underperformed this season as a $36 million ace, besides the point. Starting, pitching, a bullpen arm to solidify that bullpen, maybe 2. Especially maybe one from the system.
I got a bullpen arm. What about Scott Barlow?
I've been saying the entire time.
Barlow and Benintendi you could put together in a package.
I've been sitting here saying that,
and it gets you your
good shout, man.
That and imagine, like, obviously Juan is the bigger picture. I think the Dodgers are going to trade for him. But if you get Barlow, Benintendi, and Castillo, that'd be hell of a deadline. That's like slam dunk. Now you put yourself leveling. Then it improves your team. And the thing is, I've said, I'm going to finish off here. I think the reason you need another bat, obviously replace Gallo, but I think you need to hide Josh Donaldson just a little bit in this lineup. Maybe Carpenter's there for that. Maybe if you not start Carpenter every day, but you give him a solid amount of starts. The guy's hitting 300 when he starts. So give him more ample playing time. Get Benintendi, and then we have a lineup.
Yeah.
There's no. First of all, let me just say, there's no perfect lineup, but we will have our guys.
Former Detroit Tiger got traded to the Yankees. Who's that going to be?
Oh, yeah. He says breaking. I mean, I've looked and checked Twitter.
I literally see nothing. I'm on Twitter like crazy all the time.
Maybe he's trying to say that someone should get traded. I mean,
Michael Fulmer, maybe.
Fulmer's a good one. Chafin's a good one. Happ and D. Robert Givens is another possible package deal. I mean, I'm not a fan of Happ, but those two arms are good. Cole was very disappointing in Saturday's game. He looked tired, also giving up too many home runs this season. On Yahoo Sports, apparently it is. That would be a big luxury tax hit. I think he's talking about.
I'll take a look right now. I'm going to go on right now and look for it.
I really don't love any of those foul fielder names. Bring up Florial, except for Soto. Obviously, go get him. We'll talk about him, of course, in a little bit.
I don't see anything.
Yeah.
You're on Yahoo?
Well, Yahoo? Let me check that.
True relievers and Castillo in outfield. Yup. I know you're talking baseball, but you see the Nets and the Celtics are talking for a KD trade.
Yes, we did. But let me tell you something about that, and I'm going to be very transparent about that because I've been on top of that since day one. That's not happening.
No.
It will not happen. I want that to be cleared out right now. There is no way
former Tiger signs with the Yankees. That is Jeffrey Gilbert.
Who the fuck is that? I don't know who that is.
He's a reliever.
So Jason says, bro, likely to be in a deal with Castillo to us, and it feels like he's going to try to get his way to be Trevino's backup. Maybe Higgy gets booted. I don't see that though for some reason. I don't see that happening. Gregory Soto is also another name from the Tigers. They got some good.
Oh yeah, All-Star 2 years in a row. Yeah, I'd be down.
I think Nationals.
Yeah, I would totally be down for that. Yeah, Nationals wanting Volpe is definitely going to stop the trade. I don't think the Yankees would ever want to let him go. That's a guy who's going to be generational. They're not going to let him go.
See, I don't care too much about trading Volpe. My thing with that trade is, what if they throw in a bad contract?
What if they throw in Corbin?
I'm okay with Corbin. I'm not against it. I'm not going to lie. If it gets us Soto, cool. If you ask me personally, I don't think we need him. And that's a bold statement coming from me, but I don't think we need Soto. I think we have other options out there that are cheaper and keeps our farm system together.
Yeah. Jeffrey asked me a couple comments ago, am I doing a show on Tuesday for the deadline? Maybe I'll do a live or something. I mean, I got to see what we're doing on IY News TV as well. Also, shout-outs to Jeffrey Augustin, who put in for the contest. And the giveaway really hasn't been getting much traction, but he won 2 tickets, or 3 tickets, actually, to Jets training camp on August 2nd. So, shout-outs to Jeffrey. With that being said, let's move into our season awards. Then we'll get into some more stuff as we go along. MVP. I mean, I think we're all pretty squared away. We know who the MVP is, right?
Tough one. Real tough one.
Yeah.
Really, listen, it's clear cut. We know who it is at the end of the day. And I'm going to say it with my full chest. It's Kyle Higashioka.
I think Joey Gallo's done a really nice job. But yeah, obviously it's Aaron. Jets Mess's favorite player, Aaron Hicks, But Aaron Judge has what was I going to say? Yeah, he's been the MVP. There's no question, even though he was struggling a little bit. He's the MVP. I mean, what more can you say? He's putting on performance. He bet on himself, and he should get fucking paid. So, I know. Donald was talking to Pete last night about the whole Aaron Judge spiel with the contract and everything, and basically negotiating bad faith.
Hold on, I want to get it before we get into this. Brian, what did you think of the Marley Rivera Aaron Judge interview?
You're talking about the one where Judge was based when they tried to ask him about his future with the Yankees and he avoided it?
Where Donald says that he was being quoted in the past tense. Yes.
I didn't pay attention to it. I'm not going to lie to you. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what the interview says. Because the player is not going to be 100% honest in his interview all the time. Because the reporters will twist it any way they want. So I can't trust anything that comes out in an interview because how do I know that's going to be 100% transparent that the reporter's not going to twist it? Because there's no trust in the sports media right now.
I mean, there's that, but also it was like a live video interview. But we'll see, if it comes to fruition at the end of the year. Did you see Xavier McKinney exposing Joe Judge? I mean, all he said was disagreements.
Everybody needs to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's much to go. What was I going to say? So the next one is biggest surprise. I'll allow one per person on the panel. I'll go with Donald, Brian, and then Luca.
Trevino.
Jose Trevino.
I think he wins the award. I mean, I think we all knew he was going to be an incredible defensive catcher, but to be an all-star, that's what's been the biggest surprise for me because he's actually contributed offensively too. And he's been probably the best defensive catcher in baseball.
Brian?
I know Luca's going to steal the one I'm going to say, so I'm going to leave it be. So I'm going to go with the wild card pick here. I'm going to say Kiner Falefa because the reason why I'm going to say IKF is because when we brought him in, we thought he was just going to be a fielder. But if you actually look at his numbers, he's one of the best contact bats on the team. He's got a good way of getting on base. He's got great speed. He's a great fielder. He has been everything we needed at the shortstop position that Glaber didn't have for us last year. And he's really filled the role well.
Brian,
I think I hit a hard disagree there.
You're going to disagree. Okay, go ahead, because I liked IKF
is he being sarcastic?
That's your guys.
Or you said IKF in a good way,
He
right?
said that's a wild card.
In a good way.
Card for...
I don't care that he hasn't hit a home run yet.
That's not our concern.
Small. What is the concern?
Me. Wow, okay.
I want to hear the concern because I don't see a major concern.
Okay. If he at least he's not saying it, at least he's coming on here and saying it, not like a Twitter geek, but hard disagree. Luca, if you want to go into your surprise.
I said Nestor Cortez because I didn't expect him to be
if you want to rebuttal Brian's thing.
Oh, Tyler just did it. Never mind.
There you
I take it back. Tyler solved it.
Double-digit errors, plus that he is one of the worst fielding percentages as a shortstop. Probably fourth worst in the league.
Yep.
Plus he's soft contact. It's not hard contact.
On the fielding. I only looked at the bats.
Okay. Yeah.
Listen, we're focused on bats. So that's what I'm going to look at right now.
Yeah, you come back to
I
life.
Definitely should have lookked at the fielding, though. Thank you.
You have to take the L, man.
I mean, Brian, he was
worst
brought in
fielding
as that.
percentage you can
now
come
that you guys
across.
made it aware to me, I'm going to change it. So I'm going to steal it from you, Luca. Biggest surprise is Matt Carpenter.
All right.
There you go.
All right. What's
Matt
going on,
Carpenter's
Jeff
biggest
Nelson?
surprise.
Haven't seen you in a bit.
Guy we thought his career was over after St. Louis. People thought he was going to go because he was too old. He didn't have the bat anymore. He comes to New York. He gets reinvented under the Yankees system. I mean, it's been really, really good to see him put up a pace that's similar to Barry Bonds in like a sixth of the games. It's just like the way he hits the ball, and as fielding wise, he's done pretty well too.
Yeah, he's been solid.
And it's funny because he's never played outfield in his life before this year. He didn't really play outfield. I think they said, I don't know if I read it right. Did they say he played in high school?
He could have.
I think they said something like he played in high school. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But he's really never played outfield at the major league level. They always kept him in the infield. So this is the first time he's put him in the outfield. And he played pretty well for a guy that's just starting out in the outfield. So I got to give him a lot of credit. Okay, I can't.
I'm going to take your first answer. IKF.
His comment.
Which one?
Oh, my God, Tyler.
Oh, Christ. It's not the first time. Trust me, it's not the first time I've seen that before. But no comment.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he has played then with the Cardinals. He did it a couple times, but again, it's not like it was a regular thing. They're making him a regular outfielder. Like they're not really using him at third. That's like exclusively Donaldson's thing.
Right.
So that's what's so creative about it. And to see him play so well is really surprising. And the turnaround's just amazing. And I would love to see him back with the team next year as long as he keeps up the same pace.
Jeffrey says, do you think the Red Sox will be sellers at the deadline? I don't think so. You think so? Wow. All right.
They're going to start selling a little bit at a time, though. I can't tell you who they're going to start with.
Get Didi.
I really can't. I swear. I can't tell you, but I know they're going to start dealing soon.
Interesting. Tyler says Clay Holmes is his pick for the surprise. If I was Yankees general, Didi's fallen off the last couple of years. I think we need to finally let him go. I mean, trade Joey Gallo for a bag of chips, but Didi, I mean, he's...
Depends on the flavor of chips.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, Luka doesn't even like chips, so he'd probably get Ovaltine.
That's not
in
true.
return.
That's not true.
He'll get like some Snyder's pretzels, honey mustard and onion flavored.
Yeah, he doesn't even like that. Jeff says he's still good at his age. It's hard to beat Father Time. Eventually, it will get him. So, Luka, you went over your biggest...
I gave my surprise player.
Okay, so mine, I would say Gleyber Torres for me, in a good way. You know, he's coming around at second base. He does have his head case moments, but he's come around at second base, really good fielding, probably better than IKF at his position, and he's just been really good with the bat. I mean, he hit 9 home runs in the total last year, and he's done more than that already. So. Gleyber Torres gets my surprise, and hopefully.
The only thing I would say about that is Torres already proved that he can do it. And it was only 2 years ago he was one of the very, very best second basemen in all of baseball. It was just that Brian Cashman screwed him up and sent him to shortstop, which blew him up. Yeah. So I don't think it was anything to do with ability. That's surprising. I'm just pleased that he's turned it around as quickly. Brian.
Just got something 49ers related. I know it's not baseball, but it is football. It's basically now confirmed. Jimmy Garoppolo is 100% getting traded. It's been confirmed officially. 100%. He was doing there was an interview with Kyle Shanahan basically saying, tough decisions come like this, but when it comes to cap and little things like that, we're going to make sure Jimmy gets to a good place somewhere else. So he's basically locked it down 100%. Jimmy is not staying a 49er.
Where's he going to go? Fucking Seattle? Cleveland? I don't know.
He's going to go to the USFL and play for the Birmingham, whatever team it is.
The Stallions, I think they are.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's going to play for the Birmingham Stallions.
Jeffrey says have a good night, won't be here for a while. What happened, Jeffrey?
I think he's pissed because we're not getting to his comments.
I'll message me whatever's wrong. I mean, that's weird. I usually try to get to everybody's comments. Trade Joey Gallo to the Red Sox for Kike. Yeah, not a lot of Red Sox.
Be a lot of interest there.
Yeah,
Kiki's definitely the better player.
Yeah, Giants. Whatever you do not trade for Jimmy G. I totally agree with that. Biggest disappointment. I'll start in the same order. Or start with Donald.
Say that again.
Biggest disappointment.
Wow. There's been a few. Because I was going to go Joey Gallo, but I had zero expectations for him in the first place. I wanted him traded. It was quite clear that he couldn't handle New York in the second half of the year. So the fact that we kept him going into this year, I felt was a mistake. It's proven to be catastrophic. So, but I am not going to go with Joey Gallo because I'm not that surprised. I'm going to go with Josh Donaldson. Josh Donaldson's been my biggest disappointment because, again, I didn't like the trade. In fact, I hated it. You all know I hated it. I said I hated it at the time. I hated it, absorbing $50 million on someone who's 37, who's at the tail end of his career. but the Yankees really needed him to be Stanton's protection in the lineup. Middle of the order bat. In fact, they actually wanted him to be leading off. Don't forget, Aaron Boone wanted him to be a leadoff hitter. And his bat he's got a long swing and it's slow. And that's been his biggest issue because he's getting pitches to hit, but he's fouling them all off because his bat is slow. It's not efficient. It's not an efficient swing. And it's not very pretty either. So defensively, he's been very good, but no one can convince me that Gio Urshela couldn't do what Josh Donaldson's doing right now at a tenth of the cost. And we're on the hook for another year of this awful contract. So I hated it at the time, but although I didn't have high expectations for Donaldson this year, again, because I didn't like the deal, and I don't think he's a very good offensive player anymore. But if you looked at his metrics last year, he underperformed. He still had high metrics last year. If you look at the Baseball Savant page, he underperformed his numbers. So you maybe thought there would maybe be an uptick this year. Nope. In fact, it is in fact him. He's declining. So the Yankees made a mistake. But I will still go with Josh Donaldson. He's been the biggest disappointment because we needed him a lot more than we needed Joey Gallo. And it's proven that way. He's been terrible. So Josh Donaldson.
Real quickly before we get to Brian, Jeff says biggest disappointment is all these crazy contracts out of hand. It's laughable. Jeffrey said he'll be back next Monday night. We won't have a show next Monday because I'll be at the Yankees Seattle game.
Maybe the three of us should go live for the trade deadline. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Maybe include Brian too, because obviously he throws out stuff. If you're available, Brian.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can be.
All right, we'll talk about that. Wednesday we're streaming the Mets game, so it's not we're not totally dead for the rest of the week. Saturday we'll try to stream from Giants training camp, so it's not going to be till next Monday after this show. And we still got a lot to go in the show, but a lot of people say Jonathan Loaizaga is the biggest surprise and not in a good way. Brian,
it's a good one. Good. It was a good pull. Good job.
I have to really think because I'm trying to look at the over the bats and see who's disappointed. And I don't want to have to go with the most obvious answers. I know you've already said Donaldson. Everybody would usually say Gallo. Some will even say Hicks. I'm going to pick. I hate doing this. I really hate doing this. I'm going to pick a pitcher.
Okay.
I feel like I'm just going to berate the guys I've been doing this entire stream. But Aroldis Chapman. I mean, listen, I didn't have any high expectations for him this year. I expected at least a slight improvement, even in the slightest, because we needed him so badly to be better, and it just wasn't there. And then he got hurt. Remember the offseason, everybody was talking about how jacked he got, how much stronger he looked, how much better he looked. Like, oh, he's going to burn 108 down the middle again. Oh, my gosh, he's got this. He's in great physical shape. Comes in, he's not in the physical shape. All of a sudden, the pitches aren't as fast. He's inconsistent. He's losing control. Then he gets hurt. Clay Holmes comes in, becomes our savior. Then Aroldis Chapman comes back, not as the closer, as a reliever in like the 7-8 area. And what happens? He's not playing well in that role. So if he's not playing well in the closer role, and he's not playing well in the reliever role, what does he play well as?
Not playing on a team.
Exactly.
Very fair, Brian. Very fair.
At the end of the day, that's the disappointment. You came into this for the slightest bit of improvement, and instead, you've not only proven you can't be the closer, you've proven you can't even be a reliever on this team, an efficient one and a reliable one. The last 4 years have been wasted.
Luca.
All right, so my disappointing player, I had two, but it's going to come down to one for me. It's going to be Garrett Cole, in my opinion, at least for a $36 million ace. The expectations we have, he's had too many blow-up starts, in my opinion. You think of the you think of the start opening day where he just shit the bed. He eventually got better, but that's not what you want from your ace to set the tone for the season. Obviously, that tone wasn't set because the Yankees ended up winning, and we're here now. The Blue Jays game at home, giving up 2 home runs to Vladdy Jr. and then just patting Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on the back instead of saying, I could have threw better pitches. You have the Orioles game this past weekend when he outright said he was complaining about the heat. You have, obviously, complaining about Billy Crystal that was opening day. You have the Twins game where he's giving up 5 home runs, 3 in a row. I think it was Buxton, Alex. It was Buxton. It was Correa. And it was somebody else, but he ended up giving up. It might have been Arias. He gives up a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning to Byron Buxton. It's just you don't want to have. Listen, every pitcher is going to screw up every once in a while, but I think he's been screwing up a little too much for somebody who is being paid $36 million and is your number 1 ace. That's how I see it.
What blows my mind about him, though, is although his ERA is above a 3. Barely above a 3. Because right now the best ERA in the team right now among starters is Nestor Cortez at 2.54.
Yep.
That's the best ERA.
84, I believe, yeah.
Which he deserves that. He's been playing very well. I mean, he had a rough patch for a while. He got better, and he just had a bad outing against Houston. But at the end I think in the end, the problem is that Cole is supposed to be the number 1 ace. He's supposed to be the best ace, like you're saying. The only thing I've seen him do well is throw strikes. That's it. He throws beautiful strike pitches. The problem is that sometimes you're going to have that one pitch that isn't right. You didn't locate it right. Maybe you didn't have the same amount of spin on it, same amount of rev, so it doesn't get as strong of a hook. And what happens? That mistake becomes a homer. Every mistake he makes, that one bad pitch, they take out of the park. And that's the issue. Cole is near perfect a lot. But the problem is that his mistakes are so costly at the wrong times where we do not need it.
Exactly.
Again, 9-3 record doesn't explain the whole story behind him. He's a great pitcher when it comes to getting the strikes. He gets good amount of strikeouts, yes, but he gives up a shit ton of home runs. He gives up a lot of hits. He doesn't walk as many, but those slight mistakes he makes, they count, and it hurts us every time.
Absolutely.
I'm just looking at his outings. Okay, so Minnesota, where he gave up 7 runs in 2 1/3 innings. Disaster. But since June 9th, when that start was, where he gave up 7 runs, okay. Tampa Bay, 6 innings, no runs. Tampa Bay, 7 1/3, 1 run. 7 innings against Houston, 1 run. 6 innings, 2 runs against Cleveland. Against Boston, July 7th, he gave up 5 runs. 5 runs in 6 innings, right? July 12th, Cincinnati. 4 hits, no runs, 7 innings. June 17th, Boston. 7 innings, 2 runs. Baltimore. I think there's recency bias there, but yeah, 6 innings, 4 runs. But in general, he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quality starts out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7 quality starts out of 10. That's pretty damn good.
Now, let me also throw this out there, though. I know they have some of the good quality starts, but let me go over those last 5 games you said. In the Cleveland game on July 2nd, when he gave up the 2 runs and that win with the 3 hits, he had 6 strikeouts. I want to just count the home runs alone. I'm not going to count the runs here. In that 5-game stretch, he gave up 5 home runs. And he gave up 2 of them in 2 different games. In the terms of total runs, not earned, and this is going to be total runs, not just earned runs. Let's see. We got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 right here. 13 runs. You're talking, let's see, 23, 29, 35, 42. 42 strikeouts in last 5 games. He's definitely getting better, but the problem is just the runs and the home runs are not helping. He's got to figure that out because now he's dropped 2 of the last 5 as well. And when you have your ace there, you can't lose those games. Those little mistakes, they're starting to make us hurt now.
Yeah.
And that's what's got to happen. If you watch it, you have to watch the way he pitches. He throws some very beautiful pitches, but they always is one that is off slightly and doesn't go the way he wants it, and they take it out every time. Every time. There's never. It's not like the guys who get a lucky break. He doesn't get a lucky break. When he makes the mistake, they make him hurt, and that's
Exactly.
what the point is.
See, that's the thing with the, obviously the Yankees should have scored more runs on Saturday against the Orioles. They ended up losing 6-3. That's where they had to pitch Shane Green and all that. Yeah, it was like 3-2. But Cole leaves a hanging pitch to Urias, who ends up doubling, which eventually sets the tone for an RBI single to score the run. That's what you don't want. It's just like I've seen too many hanging pitches. I'm not trying to critique Brian said, it's the little things. It's like the littlest mistake can be the biggest costly.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. So my disappointment is IKF. I was stupid enough to actually say at the beginning of the year that he could be a leadoff hitter. And I look really stupid. One of the things I look really stupid for. But his defense, man, his defense has been bad. He makes the routine plays. He'll make some great plays, but 13 errors. And, when you were supposed to come in and play better than Gleyber Torres, he just hasn't done it. And he just hasn't done a good job at fielding. With that being said, you combine that with the slap stick singles. I mean, he doesn't really offer much on offense. So on defense, you have to be the best as possible. And we were told to, oh, well, he's going to be great, at least a solid defender. Not the case. Will the Yankees be in the World Series in 2022? They got to make a lot of moves for that to happen. You were saying
Jeffrey says Red Sox 2, Guardians 1 in the top of the 6th. SNY was having the debate. Who was having a better season, Aaron Judge or Edwin Diaz?
Oh, fuck off.
You know what?
I'm acting like it's a difficult question, but the answer is obvious. Judge is definitely having the better season. If you're talking about a great rebound, when you're talking about a good rebound season, let me tell you, Diaz has had a pretty good rebound season.
He has. I won't deny that.
That's crazy.
But is he even the best closer in New York?
Has said the same shit every time. Whenever you used to hear the song, da 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 da, it used to be like the reckoning of like, oh no, we're about to lose this game.
Yeah.
And now it's turned into this thing of like, oh, we're about to win this game. We're about to clutch up. Like it's been a huge attitude change on his end. So he's been a huge surprise, but he's not better than Judge. He hasn't played better than Judge.
Let me ask you this: is he even the best closer in New York? Do you compare Clay Holmes to Edwin Diaz? What do you say?
They're close, but I'm definitely taking Holmes.
Here's what Donald has to say about the question.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
Of course, that's why I put it in there. Why in the hell does YouTube not do a good job of blocking these fucking sex shit? But yeah, obviously I went over my biggest disappointment.
Still going.
Player that performed the way you expected. Donald.
The player who performed the way I expected? That's a good one. Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton. I think he's been an absolute boss. I'm not going to worry too much about his current cold streak. Dude won All-Star MVP for a reason. And he was the starting outfield in the All-Star game for a reason. He's been fantastic. I mean, I'd give him a grade A for the way he's played in the first half of the year. I know that his batting average isn't what it normally is. He's usually in the 260s, 270s, 280s, but his power's been there. He's had streaks where he's just been the best hitter in baseball at times, and he's carried this team along with Judge for long stretches. So he's played exactly as I've expected, and he's played a very solid outfield as I expected, because he's a better baseball player when he's out in the field rather than as a DH. So I would say Stanton. I think Big G. I'm really glad that he's proving all the haters wrong, because I've stood by him since day one. I never understood the hatred for this guy. This guy balls out. He's got a great mentality. He doesn't cause any problems, doesn't cause any ripples. There's nothing off field with this guy. He's a guy who works really hard. The guy who carries himself really well. And and he's an absolute wrecking ball when he's on. So I'm really glad that he's turned things around and for a lot of the fans in New York, because a lot of fans didn't realize how lucky they are to have him. He's one of the very, very best hitters in baseball, and he's proven it this year.
And in the playoffs.
Thank you. In fact, he's our best hitter in the playoffs.
That's correct. Jeff says, do you think the Cardinals will get another arm before the trade deadline? They really need a few. Stan and Judge are a great tandem, great people as well. Yeah, I mean,
Yep,
I wouldn't
Jeff.
see why not. You know,
Definitely
probably
doable.
if your GM's good at getting low-end arms like the Scott Barlows of the world or anything like that, can't see why not. I mean, in terms of relievers, starters, it's more of a harder market because you got Montas and Castillo, and I think that's it. So you might need to work for Montas the way the Yankees are at least working the Castillo deal, because I think they will get him, but obviously that's a subject down the line. Brian,
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even remember the question.
players that perform the way you expected.
Players that perform the way we expected.
Yes.
Okay. What am I gonna say here? You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'll say DJ.
Okay.
I think DJ LeMahieu played where I thought. You know, he was on and off last year. He didn't really have the big season he had a couple years ago, you know, where he had that really good hitting streak and he was one of the best hitters in baseball. You know, he didn't really have that year last year. And all we expected this year is just get better. Hit the ball a little better, you know, base a little better, field a little better. And besides those couple games where he did have some fielding problems, he's been okay.
He's been better. Okay, he's played great third base. He's played a solid first base, and he's been okay.
Second base has been the question, though. I watched him play second the other day, and I was hurting.
I think he's played a better third base than he has second base. Even though he's a Gold Glove at second base, I think he's played a much better third.
I think him at third and first are the two best positions to have him, hands down. And I think so far I'm just happy with the fact that, you know, we didn't need him for the home runs and the big bombs because we never really did need that from him. We just needed a guy who was going to, you know, get the extra base hits, you know, give us those doubles, give us those, put the ball in the right spots that you get the extra base and put yourself in scoring position. Bring the runs home because he's been really good with RBIs too and bringing the runs and just like, you know, that's been big for us that we needed. And he's starting to get back there. He's not there yet, which is what I expected. But I needed him to just do better, and he's done that so far.
Yeah. DJ LeMahieu is my third baseman. And just a note,
Same
guys.
here, Yankee King.
Eli's favorite player on the Yankees is Glaber, so I even see this response coming out of him. He also says Stanton would be the fifth hitter in a postseason lineup. I don't know that I would put him fifth, though. Maybe if you get a Benintendi, but I don't know why he should be that low, in my opinion. I agree with this comment. Stan gets too much blame for the Yankees' failures. Glad to see him bounce back.
I think the issue why we feel that way is because, you know, think about the contract he's got. You know, for a long time you're sitting there questioning his contract. Like, was it worth it? Because he's been on and off with injuries. He's yes, he's hit well when he's been active, but it wasn't enough to really justify the deal. This last 2 years have been enough to justify it. And that's something I can hang my hat on and say, great job. Those years before that, we can forget about that. These last 2 years have been amazing, and I'm cool with that. Yeah. And I will ask a question I did want to ask, and this is actually a really creative one. I remember that when we were in the offseason for the MLB after the holdout, we were all arguing about if the Yankees were going to get Matt Chapman for third base. And, like, that was a big question because he could play third and first. So what would you say now knowing what Chapman's done? Would you say we were better off getting Donaldson and keeping Rizzo? Or should we still have gone and gotten Chapman?
See, they play both a good defense. But from what I know, Donaldson's contract is more hectic. That's actually like a really tough question.
This is a good question.
Because
is there an option C of just staying pat with Gio Urshela?
How about or? I think there's also this as well. You probably would have to give up more for Chapman. Donaldson, you gave up Sanchez and Urshela. Obviously, they shouldn't have given up Urshela, but you gave up Sanchez, and that was pretty much it. It was a dump of a trade, yes, but you'd have to give up more for Chapman. And, there are certain people that will go reflect on that afterwards and say, oh, well, we should have kept this prospect and this prospect. So I guess I would rather have the situation now, but that comes at a cost.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. I mean, I think I would have loved to have Chapman, that I will say. But I think I'm fine with where we are right now. I wish Donaldson was a little bit better, but it's not the worst thing in the world, in my opinion. We're living through it, and that's fine by me.
Yeah. Luca, the player you thought would perform the way you expected.
I would say Josh Donaldson, but there's like kind of a limit there. Like I knew he was an excellent fielder. That the defense we got, all fine and well, but also I kind of expected the little struggle in power, like the little cold streaks and the way he just played. He's 36 years old. Like Gio Urshela is younger. I'm sure he doesn't have the power that Donaldson has, but you know what? The guy's 36 years old, so you can't really expect that much out of a 36-year-old third baseman. But still.
All right, so Brian will be back in a few, but it will be the three of us who can still go on with this in the meantime. Why don't you guys hold out for a few mil? Why not? Well, if you're talking about us holding out for a few mil, we're not in the position to do that. But if you're talking about players, I mean, it's a different story. Stanton, the fourth hitter in a postseason lineup if we get Soto. I don't know about that because I would like somebody like DJ leading off, and that's the case. You don't want 4 home run hitters starting off because that could very well be 4 strikeouts. So there's that. He's paid because he showed time when he's on. Yep, you're right about Stanton with that stuff. Cardinals will never pay out a ton of money for anyone. They draw $3 million a year. Just look at Albert Pujols. Angels got robbed in that whole deal.
The rabbit hole deal.
Yeah, no, definitely. So the next, I never said my player performed that. I guess Aaron Hicks. Aaron Hicks is my player that I performed the way he expected. Like streaky on occasion, but nothing too major. He sucks when he sucks. Li says we're not getting Soto. I mean, it is a pipe dream, but
he's also kind of anti-Soto, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Li, you've shown your resistance in giving up Glaber for Soto. Donovan, would you give up Glaber for Soto?
Yeah.
Okay.
That honestly, that shouldn't even be a question, though. The guy's he's a good second baseman, but it's not like he's Aaron Judge or Giancarlo Stanton. That should be a no doubt yes. You have Peraza play second base. Do whatever.
Plus, we've actually got an influx of infielders. We've got a ton of infielders.
No. You actually put LeMahieu at second base every day now.
Yeah.
And get a third baseman or something like that. Jeff says, you guys get paid doing this. You are really good. How about you go about doing that? Well, that's what me and Luca want to do. Unfortunately, we don't get paid for this. I want to climb. 1,000 is the mark for monetization on YouTube and ads and stuff like that. So obviously the road to
we're on that way, but everybody like and subscribe. Just get the word out there.
Out the channel,
we really appreciate it.
A lot of great people.
We certainly wish to get paid monetized.
I want to get 500 is one of the more important parts because community notes. If you don't have social media, I could still post like shit I post on social media on YouTube. But I can't do that right now because we're not at 500. Luca, you had something.
The Rangers have signed Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah, they're done.
Minor league deal.
I'm not.
Anyway, thank you so much for that comment, that kind comment. It means a lot.
Thank you, Jeff.
We really appreciate it.
A great supporter ever since the finals. DJ could play second. DJ, Judge, Soto, Stanton, Rizzo would be in the top 5. Yeah, somewhere like that. Alex says, I'm not anti-Soto, but you can get so much better with Castillo, Snell, Rodon, Robertson, and Peterson other than trading for Soto. In a realistic point, yes, because we're dealing with a Cashman era, but realistically, you could get more pieces after trading for Soto. And I think a lot of people, to be honest with you, other than the fact that we said Gleyber Torres, this and that, whatever, and I don't want to peek too much into the Soto thing, but I think a lot of people are overvaluing what we're going to give up for him. Like Tony Clark, shout out to him, a loyal supporter, sent me like an Instagram post the other day about this Nats page. And he was like, the Nat page was like, oh, they're going to give up Volpe and Peraza, and they're also going to give up Waldichuk and Dominguez. They're not giving up 4 fucking top 5 prospects. That's just not happening.
Not going to happen. No way.
No. Barry Bonds wouldn't hide Donaldson's bat. Nope. I just heard that Soto will be offered $50 million per. That's way too much. I'll try to get more of my peeps to join. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
But yeah, so that's what Soto wants, and he's one of the best players in baseball. He's looking to set the market.
He's only 23.
Yeah, he's only 23, so he's got a long career ahead of him. And trading for Donaldson, playing every day, Soto isn't hiding that black hole of a bat. No, listen, nobody. It would compress it, but it wouldn't make it any better. It's just kind of like the argument we had. It was more of a a review of a debate. Remember that Don LaGreca thing we did like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It's like Joey Gallo hurts the Yankees, but they're not in last place because of him. They're not losing games because of him. So there's that. Matt Carpenter could play third base. I think he's played a little in his career. I don't know when the last time he did.
I think he could play adequate third base.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yanks are ready for the playoffs with this team. I'd get another bullpen arm. And to be fair, yes, you're right on that, MH. I'm just surprised Brian has that take of we're going to the World Series. Because he was dead negative in the offseason when I talked to him. But obviously it's a 3-1 that right now that the consensus that I don't think we could beat the Astros. Two guys on this panel agree. With that, Escobar and Donaldson similar hot and cold style defenders. Donaldson's more of a power guy. That's the thing.
I originally liked the Escobar signing for the Mets, like a solid bat, but he's really pissed the fucking bed this year.
And the Astros would pitch around so because no one else can hit the Astros in the lineup. We'll see. We'll see who gets them and all that stuff. Worst move of the offseason. I think, can we all say in a unanimous thing that it was the IKF move?
Yes.
IKF and Donaldson trade. I hated it from day one. Really hated it. Plus that awful catcher, whatever his name is.
Yeah, the guy who's in purgatory.
I think it was a terrible trade. I have no idea why the Yankees loved that trade so much. It was universal. There's a reason why the whole Yankee fan base were like, what is going on? So it's amazing that we're having this all-time year when our only main move was that, and it was a bad one.
Yeah. What was I saying? In terms, honorable mentions could be in terms of non-moves, not trading Chapman, not letting him go, and same with Joe Gallo. Mm-hmm. Those are some non-moves you could consider, but we're all of the consensus about the IKF move. Luca, you would say the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So he mostly played first, some third. I'm just shocked how he is doing well. Really, unpopular opinion. Sports says I wouldn't trade Torres for Soto. If that's the case, go with one of the guys that's available and keep Torres. Interesting take. So someone does agree with LI. I'd have more trust in the Yankees and the Mets winning the World Series. We'll see. YouTube is so trash with this blocking shit. Literally block. It's the same shit coming back. So I don't know what the fuck their problem is. No one will pick up Chapman's contract. I mean, you could have just ate the money and DFA'd. Seriously. How much? I'm not trying to compare contracts, but how much was Ellsbury getting paid in his contract? Per year? That's what I want to know.
I'll look that up for you right now.
Shots to Nemery says, I think Daniel Jones will have a breakout year plus Andrew Adams. Andrew Adams is going to be a role player. We'll see what DJ does. Do you think the Red Sox make a trade? They have. I think they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna sell. I think they're gonna
$21 million a year, Alex.
For Ellsbury. Okay, so yeah, all right. Padres, Braves, and Brewers all fits for Gallo. That is true. Best move. I think we have to agree unanimously is Jose Trevino.
You could say that.
Although I could say Rizzo.
Rizzo's another good one. Carpenter's an underrated one. But I think Trevino's just had more of an impact. Like Rizzo, we know what he is. Trevino's like, wow, okay, so he's an all-star.
Yeah, that is my case for Rizzo could be that we had a ton of first base options. They could have gone with a big trade. They with Olsen could have signed free. We were screaming for Freeman. And Cashman held firm on Rizzo, and it's paid off. Rizzo's probably had more power than we expected. I don't think I was expecting this amount of power, and he's been every bit as good as he was in the second half of the year for us last year. So I think Rizzo is actually my favorite move. Trevino was just a piece of genius, actually, to be fair. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Rizzo just to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, Li says the Yankees can't match the Dodgers or Cardinals offer. So I can't say Cardinals, but the Dodgers will push more. That's what we know. MH says the Yankees. I just think the Yankees aren't faking it. He's been on me about the Yankees being better than I predicted. So shouts to you. By the way, Michael King is injured for the rest of the season, MH, so he will not be with us. In a 7-game set with Cole, Cortez, Severino.
I don't know. Not Severino. Not Severino.
Probably. I'm not betting on Severino.
Castillo. Throw Castillo in there.
Throw Castillo in there. We feel a bit better. Did you hear Goldie, Arenado, and Romine staying put because they're
That's
not
right,
vaccinated?
Canada. Yeah, I heard that.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to get too much into that because obviously it gets a little dicey. Do we have anyone matches that matches Dylan Carlson? We could build up a package that matches that. So the next question is the most overrated. Most overrated player.
Where did I put? I said Garrett Cole. I think he's a lot overrated by Yankee fans in general.
I think the same thing. Donald?
Well, you know how much the Yankees love Aaron Hicks. You know, the most overrated Yankee that the Yankees view is by far Aaron Hicks. He is a terrible baseball player in comparison to what they view him as. They think he's some sort of walking god. He's far from that. So I would say he's incredibly overrated, in my opinion.
Unpopular opinion. Sports says Garrett Cole. Soto will never be a Cardinal. We'll never pay him. Never happen. They'll be in contention, but I think they're going to be out at some point. Cole will get Castillo, Cortez, maybe even Monty or Sevy. I don't even know what's going on with Sevy right now. So, Walking God. King went to Bishop, Hendricken, and Warwick, Rhode Island. Nice. I don't think Josh Donaldson's overrated, though. Like, that's my personal opinion. Josh Donaldson, yeah, he came in. You know, I just don't think he's overrated. He has to be rated for him to be overrated. Most underrated. Most underrated. I'm gonna say Ron Marinaccio. Because after he got sent down, he got called up again, and I saw him in Scranton. He looked really good, and I felt a little bit better about this bullpen. I don't know what he's doing now. He hasn't been called up. But I think next year he's going to impact this team really big with a lot of the receivers. Jesus Christ. Relievers off the books. So, IKF underrated. Interesting. I mean, I wouldn't put him as underrated. Tyler says Gleyber Torres. Okay, that's another one. Donald, most underrated.
I'm just thinking here how I'd approach it, because there's different levels that you can view underrated.
Yeah.
But we've kind of gone through the names already who we've been impressed with. I could go as far as to say DJ LeMahieu.
That's my pick.
I don't think he gets enough credit for what he's doing this year. I mean, he's had to approach this year a little differently because he didn't have an automatic spot. You know, he's more of a utility starter, which I've never really come across before. A guy that's going to be an everyday starter but not have an everyday position. So he was kind of fluctuating all around the infield. I thought it was going to be a disaster waiting to happen, but to be fair to DJ LeMahieu, he handled it like a man, because technically you could make the argument that he's a far better second baseman than Gleyber Torres. You know, you could even make the argument that he's probably a better third baseman than Josh Donaldson, and he's not necessarily a starter at either of these positions. However, he's handled it like a pro because this guy is an MVP candidate and a batting champion 2 times over. And he's handled this role like a man, and he stepped up, and he's been fantastic. And at the start of the year, he was in the middle of the order, and never complained. Now he's up at the top again, and doing his thing. So I would go with DJ LeMahieu. I think he's handled everything with class, with professionalism, and he's been really key at the top of the order for us.
Elias says Cortez overrated, Montgomery underrated. Now, here's what I have to say just quickly about that before we move on to the next person. Cortez has come back down to earth, so I can't say he's totally overrated. No one's championing him as the ace anymore. And for Montgomery being underrated, yeah, I could see that, but I think he's getting a tad bit overrated, and I think everyone's coming back to earth on how he's been pitching. Sometimes he doesn't get run support, and that's very true. I just feel that, after Castillo, I don't have really a trusty rotation. DJ is the most consistent in the lineup outside of Judge, says Unpopular Opinion Sports. Brian.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect.
All right, perfect. Because I could barely hear you, but I'm going to try my best.
Most underrated.
Most underrated. I'm going to throw a guy out there who I was looking over the numbers, and as a starting pitcher, he's been sneakily good. And it wasn't Montgomery, and it wasn't Cortez.
I'm scared.
You know who I'm going to say, don't you?
Go ahead.
It's J-Mo.
Interesting pick.
I think J-Mo has played better this year than he did last year.
To back you up, Brian,
the third best guy in the lineup.
Wins. He leads the Yankees and wins. J-Mo.
Yeah, because when he pitches well. He pitches well when it matters the most. And I think the thing is, though, the numbers don't tell the entire story. It's actually, I think, around this a little bit better than it was last year. And for that reason, that's something they needed. They needed a little bit of a slight step up from last year when he was coming back from that injury that he was rehabbing. So now it feels like, I'm not saying he's the second best guy in the lineup. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he has been a very good starter option. And when he's played, the team has done well. Simply put. And I think for that makes him underappreciated and underrated.
Luca.
Strong argument.
I said, let me see who I picked. Most underrated. I said DJ. I concurred with Donald.
All right. That'll end it off for the awards part. I want to see what, Brian, you said you had some stuff on the trade deadline.
You're talking about MLB, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I only have one thing. And the one thing has to do with the Yankees and Soto. If you were to ask me right now, based off what I've been hearing, if the Yankees are going to get Soto, at this moment, the answer is no. And that's currently a strong no. And the reason why is because of the load they would need in prospects. And because of that load, I don't think the Yankees are going to be willing to give up most of their farm for this outfielder that, yes, he's a generational talent. He's going to be the franchise guy no matter what. But the amount that they could lose in their youth because of what the Nationals want, it's too much for them, and they can't afford it. So the two teams I have heard are going to be very, very strongly linked to him are the Mets and the Cardinals. Those two teams are the only ones that really are going to make the strongest push for Soto. Don't get me wrong. The Yankees might still throw a package together and say, for once, tell me what you think. You don't like it, we won't offer again. There's still that strong possibility. I have heard that's a possibility as well because they are exploring it. But right now, it's a no. So there's no Soto coming.
All right. Real quickly, though, before we get into anything else, what other news, and I'm not talking related teams, do you have NBA? Do you have NFL stuff?
I was going to
you've
get
gotten
some
sources?
Alex, I was going to get some other MLB stuff.
All right, then Brian can answer my question, of course.
Yeah, I do have other stuff, but yeah, Luca, finish up with the MLB.
So I actually kind of, I have obviously Yankee fans here. I want to get a little in on the Mets because, they're an interesting team, an interesting situation going on. Obviously, they only lead the division by 1.5 games. By the way, they were nearly swept by the Padres, which is critical to the division. I think the Braves won or are winning against the Phillies. I got to double check that here. Yeah, no, they're actually losing against the Phillies 6-4. So that plays well for the Mets. If they do lose, they'd be 2 games behind. So, Brian, what do you think they need at the deadline? Because, first of all, here's the bats I like in the lineup. You have Marte. I love Starling Marte. You have Brandon Nimmo, Jeff McNeil. Hold on, say Marte, Nimmo, McNeil. Lindor, you also have. Mark Hahn is very solid. But what is their most pressing need right now for you? Starting pitching is fine. They've done their job. I'd say it's bullpen and catching. And they also...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The question's going to be more in the bullpen, for sure. They definitely need a couple more arms in there. I've been hearing that they're looking to getting some, mid-relievers more in that area. That's what they're looking for. Guys that, right after, not like the short relievers that you're putting right at the end, towards the closing end. They're talking the mid guys. So, after the starter gets pulled after, the 5th or 6th inning, the guys that are willing to go 2 or 3 more innings to pick up for them. That's what they're looking for, some longer ones. That's what they're looking right now. Can't tell you offhand what they're looking at, but you can bet for sure that whatever the top guys are that's being mentioned, they're definitely in play for.
I do know. I saw this on MLB Nerds because they report stuff all the time.
I wouldn't be 100% on them right now.
Okay.
And I'm only saying that because
Alex,
if you were following MLB Draft Night, they made a big mistake, and that was just one that's unforgivable.
What was that?
They got the number 1 overall pick of the draft round.
Oh, they did. I forgot about that. Right.
Boy.
They did. They had the kid who went 4th overall going number 1. I retweeted it because they had been really good in the past. They got it wrong. It ended up being Matt Holliday's son.
Yeah.
And immediately there, everybody went nuts because that was a really good source that got beat out. And he said, sometimes I'm wrong, which I understand. But when it's the number 1 overall pick in the draft, you do not want to make that mistake. And that's for sure.
Well, just saying also on what they reported, they said that Mancini is gaining heavy interest from the Mets, and there's also Dylan Tate that's involved. I also saw from another source, and again, not reliable in my opinion, that the Yankees apparently want Emilio Pagan and Miguel Sano.
It's Miguel Sano. Are you fucked?
You said, okay, Emilio Pagan, I definitely heard that one. I cannot say if I definitely would say it's in play. I just haven't heard much on that front with Pagan. As for who was the other person you said? I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
Miguel Sano.
Miguel Sano. I mean, think about it this way. Why would they go for Miguel Sano right now if they just got Big Dan from Pittsburgh?
Oh, I was talking about the Yankees. Pagan and Sano for the Yankees.
Oh, you're talking Yankees. I thought we were still on Mets because Mets are definitely still in play for Pagan. But
I think I heard that too.
The realistic element there for the Yankees, I don't know if they're really going to go for Pagan. But again, they're going to explore every avenue possible because they're going to look at starters and another reliever. So anything's possible. They'll explore anything right now because they want it. The goal is to get a World Series this year. The way they're playing, it's get the World Series no matter what. That's the final end goal. So they'll do whatever it takes. Pagan will be a phenomenal addition. As for Miguel Sano, I don't know. I really don't know about Miguel. I haven't heard anything about Sano tied with the Yankees, really. If it was, I think it would be a good pickup. I don't necessarily think it would be the most necessary pickup. Because right now they are pretty much filled up in the DH spot, which is like what Sano would be playing. But yeah, I haven't heard much about Sano, but Pagan is definitely an option. They're definitely going to explore that route.
Yeah, and I think I also brought this up. I know you said MLB Nerds is very, Sano is like a right-handed Gallo. Yeah, he's had a terrible year. I'm not sure if he's injured or not. I don't know. How do you I really like these potential names brought up. I know it might not be true. It might be true. How do you like Josh Bell and Trey Mancini for the Mets?
You said Trey Mancini and what other players? Sorry, I can't really hear very well.
Josh Bell from the Nationals. Because they're
They will not make. I don't think they would trade Bell to the Mets if it's within division. Same thing with Soto. It would be a really tough deal to do with Soto. The Nationals would want a lot to get Soto since it's a division rival. So they're going to have a hard time making that deal, but it's definitely feasible. But yes, going back to Josh Bell, I don't know if they would make that deal. I mean, right now they're perfectly set with Pete Alonso. What would they really bring him in for, a DH role? That's the question there. What is the role right there when you just literally brought Vogelbach in from the Pirates to be the DH?
Yeah.
Which is the power bat they did need. So I think you could really wipe anything involving power bats in the DH spot out. It's really for the Mets down to bullpen. They're going to wait for their starting pitching to come back, so they're not going to be too pushed heavy on that, but they definitely are looking. And catching. Catching is definitely a big thing. So if you want me to tell you right now a name to watch for the Mets, and this is going to be one that a lot of people may not see coming, Contreras.
I very well could see that as a possibility, especially
Contreras for sure, because if they really want to make a run this year and lock it down, Contreras would be the way to go.
I could definitely see that.
Especially if they get Robertson. Oh, yeah. And I also did read, this is per Ken Rosenthal, so it's confirmed, that the Yankees and Mets have interest in A's catcher Sean Murphy.
That would be solid because, the A's are a fire sale team right now. They've sold everybody pretty much. They still got a couple guys left of value who've played well despite the fact that the A's are just abysmal.
Right.
So Sean Murphy, I think, would be a great option to have. I don't think he's the best catcher on the market that you could trade for. Don't get me wrong. Right. I think Contreras is outright the best one. But Murphy would not be a bad option to get if you need a guy like right now that's better than what you have. Like, he's not all-star level, but he's a reliable starter that you can go for. Good defense, decent bat. I would go for it.
Yeah. Doesn't Troy Mancini play outfield though? Maybe he fits in. I'm looking at the depth chart right now. So they have Marte in right, Nimmo in center, left, Kana. Yeah, outfield doesn't make sense. So Alonso, McNeil, Escobar.
It would have to be infield for Mancini. It would likely be first base, which at that point, why would you bring in, again, a guy that mainly plays first base when you already have Pete Alonso?
Right. They need a third baseman if you want to eliminate Escobar.
This is another.
And the crazy part is Escobar hasn't been terrible this year. He really hasn't. He hasn't been terrible, but the thing is that neither has the Mets bats in general, outside of the catcher. But that's the thing.
Awful.
Yeah.
So
they really need to fix. That's their big thing. They got to fix up the catcher spot in the bullpen. Infield, they'll probably take a look maybe at third base. Don't see what they'd get there though. That would not require a big trade.
So Tyler has a good point. Murphy, Montas, we already know those guys. Lou Trevino. Trevino, I think his name is, the pitcher. It could also be a trade chip along with Ramon Laureano. So,
have you heard anything on the Laureano front, Brian? Because I heard that he's, the Giants are like front runners for him.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They're definitely looking at as the front runners right now for Laureano. Again, when you're a team that's willing to sell anything, as long as you get a decent value for your future, they're willing to get rid of anybody. And it's unfortunate because this is like literally the complete opposite of Moneyball. I just I don't get it right now for the Oakland. It's like they've given up. They've got issues now with their stadium.
Of course, that's a shithole.
But the problem is going to be now what's going to happen with the MLB, and this is the biggest thing we need to start talking about soon. After this season, we might have another holdout because they're still far apart on the international draft. And if they can't get that resolved, we're going to have another lockout this offseason, which we do not want that. We don't.
Well,
and, on top of that, they're dealing with the minor league lawsuits right now that they just lost, and now they got to go to the Senate courts. I mean, it's going to be really a hectic month for the executives over with Major League Baseball. So there's a lot of things going on right now in the executive level that it's going to get messy. So just enjoy baseball while you got it this season. That's all I can say.
If you're talking about this, Jeff, that would. My uncle gifted this to me. I think you got to have a newspaper or something like that. 3,000 pictures of Derek Jeter when he got his 3,000th hit.
And then a bunch of rock stars below it, to put it that way. Yeah. So obviously Luka went over some Mets. Before we get into some other topics as well, just give your thoughts on if the Yankees should trade for Soto. Do you want them to? Will they? Like, a little 1 to 2 minute thing, each person. Donald,
Should we trade for Soto?
just a little. Should they trade? Do you think they'll give up like a little? I would guess summary of your thoughts on this whole speculation.
Okay, well, we have the pieces to get a Soto deal done. We definitely have the pieces to get a Soto deal done. I think that you put Gleyber Torres in the package. You can get a couple of a couple of infield prospects in there. Would get the job done. They love Volpe. I've read numerous sources that say that they would love Volpe. Of all the names that they could acquire in a deal for Soto, Volpe is right there. Do I want to give up Volpe? Absolutely not. Volpe for me is off the list. And also, I believe that Peraza is going to be involved in a Castillo deal. So, what can we do to sweeten that deal? I mean, I don't know if they're that high on Dominguez. I'm hearing that they aren't, especially not as a primary piece to get in a deal. So, although yes, we certainly can get it done. We can certainly give them Volpe. We can give them Dominguez. We can give them Waldichuk. We can give them Gleyber Torres, and yes, we can get that deal done. Will that make sense in the long haul when you're considering that we're going to have to put together a decent package to get Castillo? We're not going to get Castillo for cheap. A bunch of teams want Castillo. We're going to have to pay over the odds to get Castillo. So at the moment, I think we're out on Soto. And I still think that as long as we re-sign Aaron Judge and we go and get a decent corner outfielder, there's a couple out there in the market, like a Benintendi, then I think we'll be absolutely fine. I don't believe power is our problem right now. We've got Stanton, we've got Judge, we've got Rizzo, all that. We've got Carpenter, Matty Mustache has been incredible power. We've got Gleyber Torres. I would say that I'm more worried about contact hitting. And I believe Benintendi would cover that. So at the moment, I'd actually prioritize more getting in touch with Aaron Judge's agent and paying him whatever the fuck he wants. And then we wouldn't need to worry too much about Soto. But yes, of course I want Soto. Soto's a dream. He's a generational player. But when you also consider that the prospects that we'd have to give up in both a Castillo and a Soto deal, makes me think that I'm out on that.
Yeah. Real quickly, I mean, I don't understand why it wouldn't make sense. Gleyber is one of the players in that type of deal I would give up LI, because you have a luxury kind of at that position where DJ can be a second baseman, you have Rizzo at first or whatever.
Carpenter.
And you're not going to be just giving up prospects in this type of deal. Like if it was for Castillo or if it was for, Benintendi, you'd be giving up prospects. But
you have flexibility with. I'm sorry, interrupt, Alex. You have flexibility with Gleyber. You have 2 more years of control. Cesar Hernandez is a free agent next year. You move Torres right into second base.
There's that, but also they want a proven player in that deal. They're not just going to take prospects.
Exactly.
So
they don't just want prospects; they want a major league bat. It makes all the sense in the world to take on the Gleyber Torres, and they're also not a cheap franchise. They are willing to pay the money, and they're willing to offer. What was it? 15 years, $440 million. So they've got the money. They're not a cheap franchise. So they would be able to re-sign a Gleyber Torres, and it won't even cost them anything near what it would cost to re-sign Soto. So yes, it would make a lot of sense actually for the Nationals to take on Gleyber Torres.
So Jeff says, nice. I met Jeter in his rookie year in Greensboro. My college teammate Derek Shelton played with him, who is now the Pirates manager. Pretty cool. Mr. Smith says
that is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. Mr. Smith says Cashman's not doing shit. I don't think he'll not do shit, but I don't think he's not. We'll see. We'll see. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, no, I do believe they have the pieces to get Soto.
Let me also say this. I'm sorry to interrupt. What do you guys think? Because I revealed this to Donald yesterday. The Angels have put a price on Shohei Ohtani. They want several major league, proven ball players for Shohei Ohtani. What do you think of them putting a price on? Does this make him an official piece of the trade block?
It must do.
I think it's
Why would they trade Ohtani?
Because they're out of their minds. The Angels are a joke. I think it's probably because they know that they can't win with the two best players in baseball.
I don't see it. I think it's all bullshit. Like, it's possible they could be offering, whatever, and they're not going to trade Ohtani.
I don't think so either, but if I was Ohtani, I would be like,
yeah,
why is my name even being mentioned?
Yeah, there's that, and I think Trout and Ohtani is the only names that's the only names that are relevant in Los Angeles for the Angels. Other than that, they're like a next Oakland Athletics. But Brian, your thoughts on the whole Soto spiel?
I'm going to keep it very simple with Soto's situation. 15 years, $440 million at 23 years old. And you said no. That's not only the decision of a player to say, I don't want to be set for life until I'm 38 years old playing for the same team with no opt-out. That's basically saying, I don't want to be with this team for that long. I want to be able to explore something. The Nats didn't want that. They wanted to lock him down so nobody else could have him. He didn't agree with that. He wanted to be able to explore his options. That disagreement caused the possibility for the Nats to say, okay, now he's available for trade.
Mm-hmm.
And for the Yankees, if they really want to make a serious run at this, they have to give up 3 high-level prospects at least. 3 high-level prospects, 2 mid-level, and a couple starters, and maybe a pick would probably settle this. That's all it would take. But it's a lot. And like you said, Donald, you would have to definitely lose Volpe. You would have to lose Peraza. You would probably lose Dominguez. And you would probably take 2 mid-level guys from the system out. And if I had to think of players they'd probably want that are starters right now with us, or even on the bench level. If they want bench level guys, they probably could take in Duhar from us. And they would probably want infielder. And if we give them a starter, it would probably be, and it doesn't make sense, but it's the only way it works, Glaber. And it's a lot that you're giving up. When you give up that whole group, you're giving up a big part of your future. And are you willing to give that up is the question. And
shout out to my man Rob, my co-host at Pinstripe Chronicles, and aren't also Nerding Out Sports. Ian Happ, David Robertson, Luis Castillo, go to war. Rob has been on very much on the Ian Happ bandwagon.
I'm not on the Robertson train.
We were discussing it this morning.
I'm definitely
I'd be all on board the David Robertson train, and obviously Castillo.
I don't think he wants to be back in New York. That's my personal opinion. I don't think he wants to be back in New York. This is not me reporting anything or just hinting anything. I'm being personal. I don't think he wants to be back in New York. But, with this whole thing, when you're giving up these many prospects, this much youth that you have here, it's a big risk you're taking for a guy, for only one player who you think is going to transform the franchise. And do we think Soto's that guy to sit in the outfield with Stanton and Judge? How much longer is Stanton going to stay a Yankee? That's another question. How many years he got left on his deal with this young kid? By the time that he probably leaves the team or doesn't come back, or, when his contract expires, we're talking, the kid will probably just be shy of 30, around 28 years old maybe. There's so many moving parts to this. I personally, if I was the Yankees front office, I wouldn't pull this deal. I think there's too many guys you got in the lower levels that you can go for, or he could even use to get even more players who can maybe not match up to his level, but still provide a valuable role to the team right now and maybe for the next couple of years. We're not talking, 4 years, 5 years down the line of youth. We're talking the next couple of years while we continue to build up our farm. And let me tell you.
Let's take this around the horn. Where are you guys on Ian Happ?
I'm not a big, huge. He doesn't fit what we need, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I agree.
same.
But it doesn't knock him as a player. He's a phenomenal player. Don't get me wrong. But it's just not. I don't think he's going to fit the Yankees here.
What in particular would you say? Because obviously, my good friend Rob, who in the comment section, is a big fan of his. What would you guys say is the reason why you're not?
He's a big fan.
Yes.
Is he like a Chicago Cubs fan or is he a Yankees fan?
He's a huge Yankee fan. It's just he's a big fan of Ian Happ being a Yankee. Just what reason specifically would you say?
The thing is, I like Ian Happ. I think there's something about a couple things. He's definitely having what should have been an all-star season. I don't even think he made the all-star game, if I'm correct.
Let me see.
I think he did. I think he came just shy. He didn't even make it as an alternate.
Happ was an all-star. He was an all-star.
He was? Okay, because I know he wasn't voted in. He got put in as a sub. But he probably should have been voted in, is my opinion. He's having an all-star year. Problem is that he's on a team that's not going to be successful this year, that's not going to win games. They're looking to get rid of him. Do I think he fits? There's something, I don't know how to explain it. But when a guy's having a really good year and it's his first really good year, it's hard to turn around and be like, okay, let's trade for him and bet on him for the next couple of years. Because it could be a fluke year.
Right.
I do want to address one thing also. A couple comments came from Yankee King, L.I. Yankee. He said, what about Jock Peterson for the outfield? That would literally just supplement. Actually, you know what? I'm going to get even bolder here with that one. I think it's just going to be another Joey Gallo situation.
Think that about Peterson?
Peterson, yeah. I just think because of when he got to San Francisco, yes, he's been a power bat. He's been great. He's been okay in the outfield, but he's been striking out a lot too. So he's got a nice high strikeout rate, which reminds me of Gallo when he was in Texas right before we made that trade. And I don't want to have to take that risk again with a guy who was having a pretty good season last year, and when he came to the Yankees, he went, kaput.
Okay. Interesting.
And another question, who's the starting pitchers you actually trust in the postseason? I only trust Cole. I think in the postseason, I would definitely trust Nestor. I would trust Nestor in the postseason. Definitely. That's the main guy. Severino would definitely do really well if he was healthy. If he was healthy, he always does really well in the playoff. That's without a doubt. The question marks are going to be Monty and JMO. So, yeah. And do you think the Braves would take on Aaron Hicks if you attach a prospect like Justin?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think that's gonna.
Listen, it's Aaron Hicks you're trying to deal here. That's a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just feel that way about Jock Peterson. I think it's going to be I feel like it's going to be another Gallo situation if we try to trade, and it's an age question too.
Right. Luca, your thoughts on the Soto spiel?
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. There's two different realities. There's what happens in the Cashman Steinbrenner reality we live in now, and what is actually possible. The Cashman and Steinbrenner reality, they're not giving up Volpe. A, B, you are not paying Judge and Soto at the same time. Here's my reality. I don't give a fuck about Volpe. I would send his ass to Washington tomorrow. My opinion. I don't care about the top prospects. I hate prospect hugging, especially for the guys that don't work out. But anyways, I think we can pay Judge and Soto. It's just Hal's not going to do it. Brian Cashman's not going to do it. Judge is probably not. People are relying on the talk from Marley Rivera and the Aaron Judge, the whole conference, whatever. Judge might not come back. Even if you get Soto, that's a huge moneymaker, especially with how many Dominicans are in the Bronx. You get him for 2 years, you get a huge Dominican, what do you call it? Fan base overcome. Like they really come to you. That you're going to make a lot of money with Soto.
You grow the fan base.
Yeah,
essentially.
But I think in that sort of realm, if Judge leaves and Soto is here, I think in the span of 2-3 years, I think you must win a championship.
No, you have
if
to.
if he goes up and leaves in free agency after the 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the best year for the World Series window. You don't know much after this year, and it's kind of unfortunate. I think I do want to shift into a bit of the NFL realm. Obviously, training camp is around the corner. Once Brian comes back to life, hopefully he can still hear us. I want to see if he has anything other than what he told us about Jimmy Garoppolo. But Donald, your feelings that training camp is around the corner.
Well, I'm really looking forward to ourselves going to Giant practice at the weekend. Should be fun and interesting. We'll get first-hand view of how practice goes. I do expect that we're going to be really well coached this year. I think the Giants are going to be very well coached. I love the coaching staff. I love every bit of it. I think Wink Martindale is going to really turn this defense around. I think we're going to be really aggressive. My only question is, do we have the secondary which can handle what's going to – we need a really strong secondary. We need another outside corner beside Adoree Jackson that we know is just going to lock things down to allow us to have this huge pass rush, which I'm expecting from Thibodeau, Azeez Ojulari, Quincy Roche, you name it. I think we're going to be really going for it blitz-wise. It's a Wink Martindale system, but we definitely need to tighten up with the secondary. So I'm looking at, the cuts. I think will be very interesting to see who's going to come available that we can maybe pick up on the cheap. I think we've got a couple million in the under the cap that we could maneuver around to maybe add another corner. But no, that's what I'm expecting coming through from the Giants. I think we're going to be very well coached offensively. I expect the same thing. I think Dable, his system is going to be terrific, especially for Saquon Barkley. And Daniel Jones, I do expect will be better. Will it be better enough to give him a new contract next year and to guarantee him a starter role for the Giants next year? I will say no. But I do think that it will be a slight uptick, and I expect the Giants to be competitive this year.
Right. I'll go to Luca before I go to Brian. Luca, thoughts on your Jets and training camp and all that?
This is probably the most exciting year that I think exciting little preview that we've had on the Jets in a while. This is the most exciting team I've seen since the 2015 team and probably 2010 as well. But, Joe Douglas did a lot this offseason. I think he did a lot to improve the team. I'd say they're a better team than the Giants. Just have to put that out there. But my main worries for this team so far, first of all, if you look at pre-Joe Douglas and right now, every single position has been upgraded with what Joe Douglas has done. Cornerback, you have depth. You have the depth on the offensive line. You have depth on the defensive line. You have depth at wide receiver. You have depth at running back. It's been a depth overhaul, and overall he's drafted and signed some good players. Jordan Whitehead, obviously one of Brian's players. I really like that addition. I really like obviously Carl Lawson coming back. My main worry, everything is solidified except, in my opinion, LaMarcus Joyner. I guess that's a bit of a question mark on the other safety position, but also not defensive line, linebacker. After C.J. Mosley, I don't know what Quincy Williams is. So everybody in the coaching staff is saying that he's going to be like a Pro Bowler. But I saw a lot of plays last year where he was good, and then the next play he would blow pass coverage or do something like that. He's not very consistent. He makes the very eye-catching plays, but he can blow the simple stuff. And another little concern of mine, I'm not trying to get it hyped up with the little media articles and stuff like that, is the Mekhi Becton sweepstakes. He's obviously injured. He's coming off. Well, He's on PUP right now. He obviously had a major injury last year. They said it was going to be 6 to 8 weeks, and they said it was going to be the next couple of weeks, and they said he was going to be out for the year. So I'm interested to see how the Jets handled that. I thought it was very weird how they handled it. And obviously, people were writing articles. Connor Hughes was saying that Mekhi Becton's over 400 pounds. But the one thing that's kind of reeled me in saying that something is getting better is that Robert Saleh went on, I think he was on with somebody from NFL CBS. He said, the weight of Mekhi Becton is getting to where we want it. He's getting better. He's losing weight. He's getting healthier each day. So maybe that's coach speak, but that helps.
Brian, where are you recording from, man? You're in the dark. And are you sitting on a rocking chair?
Yes.
You're sitting on a rocking chair. I was noticing you rocking back and forth.
I know. I'm sitting in the rocking chair like this, just chilling.
I know, man. It's like badass. You're like in a.
I'm on a porch. I've got one little light on right now, and I got the window in the back. That's it.
I know, man. You're like Anne Frank. Like, turn some light on.
Wow.
I don't have any more light. That's the problem. I only have one light.
Anyway, I love you sitting back in the rocking chair, like, I approve.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, tell me more.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah,
I'm chilling.
Giants hot take: if Jones plays good next year,
it's all up, man.
Yes, sir. It's all right.
I don't think so.
I had to get you back for that Patriots take.
Oh, yeah, I know. Listen, man. Look, I still think you're a sleeper agent, man.
Well, also, Brian, to be fair, you went to that Mets game and you never revealed your Yankee jersey. So what if you're a Mets fan?
Listen, now we got to talk. Now we got to
talk.
Oh, great. Now you irritated me. Okay. You weren't at the game, so you don't know the story.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So now I got to tell the story. Thank goodness I'm here in this setting to tell it now. So for those who don't know,
tell us
I'm a Yankee
bedtime
fan.
Story from the rocking chair.
Longtime Yankee fan. Yes, of course. Like a true uncle, grandfather, whatever. So listen, all I'm listening is a bourbon and I'm good. But nevertheless, I went to a Met game with a couple friends a few weeks ago, and it was supposed to be Brewers Mets. It was my first time at Citi Field. I thought I'd go just to see what it was like. I got there and I realized I didn't have a Mets jersey because the only thing I had was a Cyclones Alonso jersey. So I wore my Yankee jersey. Immediately got booed the second I walked in because I screamed that DeGrom is horrible. Because my goal is to pick fights with Mets fans all the time. It's my goal. So my entire squad is all Mets, except for one girl who was a Yankee fan, and even she was wearing a Mets thing because she's like, I'm not getting into any fights. I was like, yo, just bring it my way.
She hates Garrett Cole, by the way.
Who does?
Katarina.
Oh, yeah, Katarina hates. She doesn't like Garrett Cole. I don't get it. I like him. I just think he's a little inconsistent, but it's fine. But back to the story. So we're hitting about the fourth or fifth inning, and I realize I want to blend in. So I go to the team shop and I buy a Max Scherzer black Mets shirt, and I wear a Mets hat. Now, usually, the second that photo came out and Alex and Luca saw it, they immediately called it sacrilege and wanted to kill me for wearing that. When I honestly have said that I've always loved the black Mets look. There's no reason I would ever get something like that, so I did. But I also wanted to blend in. Now, I did put my Yankee jersey in the brown bag that they gave me, and while we're sitting there in between innings, they're doing the thing where they're putting the stuff on the Jumbotron, going to person, and they come up on my section. So I get the wise idea to play a prank. So I obviously go the usual thing, whoa, what's good? And I immediately went into the bag, and I pulled out the Yankee jersey, and I waved it like crazy on the Jumbotron. And the first thing I started screaming was, best team in New York, best team in the MLB, World Series champs, here we come. Yeah, that was just it was bad. The Citi Field started going and booing because it was all on the screen, and it's just like everybody hated me. And, I had to quickly hide that jersey because immediately after that happened, the Brewers scored 7 runs in the next inning.
Wow.
And the Mets were winning, by the way. The Mets were winning the game, and in the next inning, they scored 7 runs.
So you were like the black cat.
And they won like 10-2. The Brewers won 10-2.
So you were like a black cat.
W
Yes.
for Brian.
Yes.
gets
So
the
I
dub.
had to put
like
on
that.
the clothes of the opponent just so I can blend in to do this. And apparently I jinxed the hell out of the New York Mets that night.
Okay, now
And-
I got to agree with Donald. That's a win.
That's
Yeah.
a W.
I
Good
Yeah.
agree.
job.
And if I was supposed to be going to the game on Wednesday, but apparently my tickets fell through, so I can't go.
Brian, you
But-
seem to have a supporter behind you. In
Supporter?
the window.
Where? What's going on? I don't see anybody.
Is he hiding?
I
Yeah,
guess
there's a
so.
dude
It's probably my
putting
brother.
peace-
But
All right. peace sign for
nevertheless,
the window.
nevertheless, I was supposed to go this actual on Wednesday, but I'm going to try to go next month in the Bronx. That's going to be my objective, to go to that game and just, have fun, do whatever. But, it's always fun to raise hell on Mets fans and just make them hurt. It's one of my favorite pastimes, is doing that to opposing teams. It's my favorite thing. I've done it to Ravens fans. Donald, I've done it to Giants fans. Luca, I don't even got to start with you.
Yeah.
That Jets game we went to. Whew. You remember that game?
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen,
That
it was a
Brady comeback.
competitive game. It was a competitive game, but those assholes in front of us that were smirking at Brian and pointing at him and laughing, look at the score now, fucking jinxed it for us. I hate those type of fans.
Yeah.
Do they know about that story, by the way, about what happened at that stadium?
I think I do. What,
Yeah,
the
you know
Antonio
about
Brown thing or the fans?
No, with the fans when we were waiting there, it was
I think
when the
we
Jets were about to win the game. The Jets were about to win the game and they choked it.
when they blew it at the goal line, a bunch of before that, two Jeff fans were drunk and pointing at Brian, look at the score now, look where the Jets are now. And eventually that was the turning point, and we lost.
Yeah. You think you're
It was one of those good times because I was busy on my phone on Twitter trying to figure out what the hell happened with Antonio Brown and just being like, yo, there's no way he's going to be a Buccaneer after this. And then I just have these drunk guys turn around and just be like, you don't want to miss this. Get off your phone, buddy. And then it was 4th and 2 when they did the QB sneak and failed. And it was like, I'm glad I watched that. Now watch. We're going to win. Brady's going to kick your ass. What happened? He ran all the way down the field. The Cyril Grayson catch for the touchdown with 10 seconds left.
I fucking
All the Jets
hate
fans got it
Ashton
blocked
Davis.
away, and I talked all that shit. I was like, yeah, I'm really glad I watched that. Now you lost. Now look at you.
Yeah, and to be fair, the Giants didn't do much better. They had negative 10 passing yards that day after I came home from work. So that was that. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quickly, Luke, if you want to redirect the conversation.
Yeah, so we basically hit it off on that game experience. Brian, what are your thoughts on the Bucs this year? Obviously, they're your team, but obviously Brady's back. We thought he retired, but what are you going to think of? What is Todd Bowles going to do as a head coach, in your opinion? Do you think? Obviously, I think he'll succeed, but to what ceiling do you put on this team?
Ceiling? Like ultimate end goal or just record?
You could do both, a good record and like where they stop off at. They're going to win the championship series.
Record. I see 2 losses as the absolute ceiling. There's no way we're winning every game. No way in hell. The floor. We don't win the division. We get a wild card spot. And the reason why is because the Saints are looking terrifying. That defense is really, really scary. And the only thing that's holding them back right now is finding out what's going to happen with Alvin Kamara. Like, if his suspension is small, the Saints will have a really good chance of making the playoffs because of the way Winston played last season before the injury. And they got a really good unit together, especially in that wide receiver group. Think about it. Michael Thomas, Jarvis Landry, they added that new rookie wide receiver.
Olave.
Olave. And in the secondary, they rebuilt it around a little bit, and they added Tyrann Mathieu. So the Saints are really a team to watch, and it's always competitive between the Bucs and the Saints. So I expect it's, our floor is going to be we don't win the division, we get a wild card spot. I see our ceiling being we not only win the division, we get the number 1 seed, and we win the Super Bowl, and Brady rides out on top. That's how I see it at the moment. But, yeah, I do have some high expectations, obviously, coming into this because, with the team that we have, even with the loss of Gronk and, Chris Godwin's still rehabbing his injury. There are some doubts in there, but I do like the additions we made. We added in Russell Gage from Atlanta, who was like their top receiver last year. He's a great slot threat. I love having him. He's gonna be a great addition for us. We lost Gronk. We got Kyle Rudolph, the former Giant and Viking. And, the Giants fans have been going at us, being like, I don't know what you guys are excited about. He didn't do shit for us last year, this and that. And I said, you didn't have a quarterback last year. So, yeah.
Listen, I don't hate the Rudolph pickup. I think Rudolph's got big hands. He's got big hands.
He's already
cut everything that was
really
going near him.
with
He
Tampa
didn't
culture.
throw him, but
And he's already fitting into Tampa culture because not even 24 hours after he got picked up, he put up the picture of him with one of the Saints players beating them in his Vikings jersey, and he photoshopped it to put him in a Bucks jersey doing it. And he said, "This is a little treat for the Bucks and Vikings fans because we have the same things in common. We love hating on the Saints."
Yeah.
And it became a whole beef.
Oh, he's not going to gain much separation. You're not going to get any separation from Rudolph. And he might get hurt.
But here's the thing with Rudolph. I'm really excited to see his vertical ability because this is my controversial take on him. In the right offensive system, he's going to be a bigger help to the team than Gronk was last year. And the reason why I say that is because, I think Rudolph has more speed, he has more flexibility, more durability, things that Gronk didn't have in his final season. And, I think that adds an element of, it adds another level of danger to this offense that, we were missing, when we lost Antonio Brown. But, now we're in this state where I'm really confident the tight ends that we have, and Brait, who's a reliable red zone threat, and in Kyle Rudolph. And we got a rookie in there now who's supposed to be really, really good in Cade Otton.
Oh, yeah, very good
I'm
pickup.
a big fan of him.
And he's supposed to be some big deal for us. We rebuilt up our defensive line. Don't forget, we added Akeem Hicks to our defensive front now.
That's right. He's a very good run stopper.
Yeah.
We got Akeem Hicks. We made that trade with the Patriots and got Shaq Mason to the offensive line. That's right. We drafted a new guard, Luke Gadecki, I think it was from Minnesota. And he has been, I watched his tape. The kid throws people. He's just another Alex Kappa. He's going to be another big deal for us. We know how to draft offensive linemen, so I'm confident. So we're looking right now at a possible starting five of Smith, Gadecki, Jensen, Shaq Mason, and Tristan Wirfs.
That's solid.
And that is a really good offensive line. For all the guys that we lost, that is a really good offensive line, in my opinion.
They don't keep Brady up.
The only thing I am scared of right now is the secondary because one of the Giants we did get, I'm a little nervous about him, which is Logan Ryan.
Yeah.
He's going to be playing the safety role for us. He's not even going to be a corner. He's going to be a safety.
Well, that's what he's been for us, at least.
So he's going to probably be pairing up with Antoine Winfield Jr. So they're going to have the two of them together. They're probably going to have Jamel Dean starting with Carlton Davis.
I like Logan Ryan. I think Logan Ryan didn't have a great year last year, but the year before he was excellent. Yeah. So I think he's going to be fine. I think he'll be absolutely fine for you.
I think I'm really confident in this team. I just want to see what happens. I mean, I'm not going to put all my eggs in a basket, but I do really think that we've got a good shot at making the Super Bowl again. The question is going to be the only one team that can stop us, the Rams. I want to see what the Rams do. If the Rams end up playing just as well, it's been nice knowing it. We're not getting another championship, that's for sure. If the Rams go downwards trend, or the Bucs go in an upward trend, then we got a really good chance of probably taking it home this year. I think the NFC, no matter what, is taking home the title. I don't think the AFC has any competition.
Really?
The only competition – wait, I take that back. There's only one team that's competition. Buffalo. That's it.
So you think
Buffalo's
the NFC is going to take the Super Bowl this year?
I have a good feeling the NFC takes it this year because I know who's going to be the third best team, and the third best team there is probably the most offensively dangerous in the NFL. And that's the Eagles.
The Eagles win another Super Bowl. I will.
No, I agree.
It all depends on Jalen Hurts.
Nobody wants to see the Eagles win two. Nobody wants to see them have two because that's just going to create a lot of agita among Giants fans, Cowboys fans. You guys got one thing in common finally, both not liking Philly. I mean, but the point of the matter is they added a lot of great weapons. It's all going to come down to how is Sirianni going to use Miles Sanders? Is he going to use the run game more, incorporate it better this year? And if he does, it's going to open up the offense so much more. And I think they could crush the Cowboys easily. And that's why they could easily do a clean sweep on the NFC East.
If I may put in, they can't listen. Running the foot, they didn't run it enough against the Giants last year. Otherwise, they would have beat us at the game I was at. With that being said, how are you going to balance that? And when your running game is probably the outlet, but then again, you just acquired A.J. Brown.
Well, don't even forget that. Don't forget the other thing. They also added another rookie wideout in the first round. I forgot who it was, though. I think they added another rookie. I can't remember the name, but I know they added another wideout to go with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. I got to remember the name, though.
I'll get that for you.
Hurts, unpopular opinion sports.
And yes, the good point to make here is that this team is riding on one thing outside of the run game, and it's Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, this is his sink or swim. Whoever said that in the comments, you're absolutely right. It's a sink or swim. And I think Jalen Hurts, when he got drafted a couple years ago, I'm not kidding. Watching it on draft night, you could look up my tweets. When he got drafted by the Eagles, I said, oh, shit. I said, Philly's got a good one over there. That's an underrated guy in the class. And so far, I would say to now, he has been very successful for Philly. And I hope he continues, and he continues to use that dual threat ability for the right way.
Well, which receiver are you talking about? They got Jordan Davis from Georgia, Cam Jurgens, Nebraska, Nakobe Dean, Georgia, Kyron Johnson, Kansas, Grant Calcaterra. I don't see any wide receivers in that list.
Yeah,
I could have swore there was another wide receiver they had, or am I crazy?
They have Rager, they have Quez Watkins, they have Devontae Smith and AJ Brown. That's the wide receivers.
It might have been Quez Watkins. That's what I'm thinking.
Watkins was last year, but he popped last year a little bit.
He had a really good year last year, and he showed out in a roster. That when they didn't have Smith in the game, he was one of the best guys on the team. It's Quez Watkins. There you go. And their backups they got there: Rager, Greg Ward, and Zach Pascal. But that's
nice stuff.
But I forgot the one guy. It wasn't a wide receiver. I apologize. That's on me. Dallas Goedert.
Dallas Goedert. You're right. He's still there.
Dallas Goedert is still a Philadelphia Eagle, and he's still one of the best tight ends in the NFL.
Probably, other than what's his face, Dalton Schultz, he's probably the best tight end in the division. Now you think about it.
I think I would put him above Schultz.
Okay.
The vertical ability and speed of Goddard, I think, overdoes Schultz. But that doesn't mean Schultz is a bad tight end. I still think he's very solid and reliable. Donald looks like he wants to hit me. I don't know why.
I'm not hit you at all. No, I'm just kind of laughing a little bit at the Eagles overhype. As some popular opinion sports says, I love when Philly get overhyped. Remember the dream team, LOL. So,
because I'm hyping up Philly so much, and there's nothing Giants fans hate more when I hype up Philly and Dallas.
The Eagles don't have a quarterback they can trust.
I don't think they're gonna make it to like the furthest thing in the playoffs, but I also don't really get, and I don't really attack my own fan base as much, but it's like, why are we hating on James Bradbury? I mean, he's gonna be in a zone system. He's gonna be good, at least in my opinion.
And that's how I feel. That's how I feel because what I never understand about when players leave their team. Fans always hate them because they left. They should have stayed, but. I think it specifically hurts for Giants fans because they went to a rival.
Yeah.
And that's what sucks because he's a great, great player. And, it sucks to see one of your good ones go to a rival because it just feels like you've been betrayed. But at the end of the day, it's still one of your former players. You should still have respect for him and hope that he plays well. That's how I feel.
I have no ill feelings towards Bradbury. My only ill feelings.
Unless his name is Jameis Winston. Then at that point, he means nothing to me.
He's at a rival. I don't care at all. I'm happy. I wish him the best. I just really wish that Dave Gettleman didn't destroy our cap to the point where we had to cut him. And my only complaint is I really wish that Joe Shane found a trade taker for him prior to the draft because I really think that just cutting him
he would have got so much more. if you didn't cut him.
I don't think it was a great look. So that's my biggest complaint, really. I mean, and Bradbury had every right to go to our rival. When we cut him just like that after the draft, after free agency, he has every right to be pissed. So, I mean,
it's the disrespect from the general manager. I mean, listen, if I'm correct, Gettleman was the GM literally until the draft night. After draft night, he was done.
No, he was the GM.
Or am I talking way before that? Oh, which team am I thinking of? Am I thinking of the Steelers?
Yeah, you're thinking of the Steelers, bud.
Oh, the Steelers.
They're related family-wise, but I mean, you had a gaffe there, bud. But what I will say,
it was a massive gaffe. My God.
Yeah. What I will say is this: two things. I don't blame it on Shane because it was revealed that there were partners for him. They would have traded him, but Bradbury couldn't come to an agreement with the other team with regards to an extension. So that's why the trades never got, moved.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I always think, Jeff, they always play week 3 of the preseason, but obviously that's not the case. It's week 1 now, and the Jets play week 3. I didn't like the Bradbury move at all. They should have restructured as a contract.
Yeah, that would have been really smart, but, even then,
Bradbury
wasn't going to take a pay cut.
Yeah, it's that.
He wanted a nice contract, nice size, get paid more, and the Giants didn't have the room to do it. They didn't want to do it, so he wanted to get traded. They couldn't find a trade suitor, couldn't find one, and then at that point, we cut him.
Yeah.
Alex, did you see Jeffrey's comment? I just want to.
Yeah, I said they usually play last week of the preseason, but it's kind of switched up this year. We played the Bengals.
Eli says that he thinks the Seahawks can take on Daniel Jones.
He thinks the Seahawks can what?
No.
Take on Daniel Jones.
No.
In a trade or in a game?
Trade.
Geno Smith and Drew Lock is enough for them.
I would rather at that point either jump off a bridge or get Jimmy Garoppolo in a trade. One or the other at that point.
And let me be real with you. 3rd or 4th round pick for him.
There is only one word to describe Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback, and it's the same one I give for Kirk Cousins. Average. Quite literally the definition of average. Because think about it. Kirk Cousins is one of the most accurate quarterbacks of the last couple years in the NFL. But what has he done with that? He's done nothing. San Francisco has a guy who's brought them to the playoffs a few times, including to a Super Bowl. Yes, but how well built was that team? For him. It was presented to him on a silver platter, and he built it and worked with it so well. If you put him in New York, it's not going to work. It's not. The Giants are not, and I'm sorry, this isn't not a knock to you guys, but I'm sure you'll probably agree. The Giants don't have the talent or like the players that the 49ers do.
Exactly.
They don't have the big tight end like Kittle. They don't have the speedy wideout like Debo. They don't have the strong offensive line like the 49ers. They don't have, the defensive pressure that they get. It's so different because the 49ers are a more complete team that just needed a quarterback who would do enough. And then when he would do enough, it wasn't enough to win the games because you need a more elite quarterback who can push you over the hump. And he wasn't the guy. So what makes you think bringing him to New York, who doesn't have that stuff, is going to help? Right. And that's how I feel about the whole idea about putting him in New York. So, but I wouldn't be surprised if they entertained a trade idea there.
Unpopular Opinion Sports says Seattle turning in the trash QB dump spot. Yeah, that seems like the Panthers too, but me and Brian always disagree about that.
What is it?
He goes, Seattle's turning into a trash QB dump spot. I said, yeah, the Panthers the same thing, but we disagree about that.
No, we disagree because I have a more higher belief in Baker. Like, I actually do. I actually do have more belief and confidence in Baker.
What possible belief do you have in Baker Mayfield?
I think he was just, the team wasn't right for him.
How not? It was an all-star team.
Name the All-Stars.
Their
Chubb?
offensive line, OBJ, Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt.
OBJ disappeared on the Browns.
Chubb's one of the best running backs in all of football.
Okay, but that's Chubb. What else you got?
Look at 2020. They leaned on the running game, 4th most in the NFL.
Okay.
And what are you telling me that he's going to be better in Carolina?
He was on a very good, and this has been my number one argument for the longest time.
He had a 1-2 punch on Chubb and Kareem Hunt.
He had a really good season last year in the first 2 games. But they said that in that second game of the season, he suffered an injury in his throwing shoulder that pretty much destroyed it. And he still decided to continue playing through it. That's why you see such a drastic number drop last season and why everybody said he sucked. Because he literally tore his labrum. He could not physically throw a complete proper motion for the football as a quarterback. But he stayed out there because he knew they couldn't afford to put a backup in because they would never be successful.
What about 2019 where he, beside the offensive line, where he had OBJ and all them? Now, okay, Freddie Kitchens, but how is it going to change with Matt Rule? They only made slight adjustments on the offense.
Oh, I forgot. You're the Matt Rule guy. You're the Matt Rule hanger.
No, no. I mean, I'm a truther, actually.
You're a truther?
Well, not. I wouldn't put it that way, but Matt Rule, his ego is going to get him fired, and Donald agrees with me on that.
Wait, I just want to understand how Matt Rule has an ego. I'm still, for the longest time, trying to understand the point.
Because he thinks he could build these teams with like 9 QBs.
He thinks he could take on reclamation projects, he's saying.
Exactly.
Sam Donald.
And what has he really proven at NFL level?
Exactly, my point.
He's done some pretty good stuff at Baylor.
Yeah, that's a college. It's a college.
I know. I was being sarcastic, obviously. Okay. Yeah.
So my problem with Baker Mayfield is he's not mobile. He isn't a very good quarterback out of the pocket.
He's not mobile. You're right, and he's not mobile, but he has the ability to escape the pocket and still gain a few yards, which is, essentially what Aaron Rodgers does at the same time.
But he doesn't have Aaron Rodgers' arm or accuracy.
Yeah. There's a good point there.
Shit.
Plus, Ben McAdoo's his offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's right. Wait, Ben McAdoo's the OC at Carolina, right?
Yep.
Good luck with slants.
Poor Brian's got a ripped here.
DJ Moore running slants. Robbie Anderson running slants. Christian McCaffrey running zigzags.
I would still take him over some of the QBs you would see in the NFL right now, some of the starters.
Like?
That's the crazy part. Name a QB, I'll see if I put him over him.
All right. Daniel Jones.
Yes.
No.
I
actually agree with Brian. I actually agree.
Who agreed with me? Wait, who's agreed with me? Thank you, Luca.
Donald,
what do you think about that?
See, here's the thing. I'm sorry to interrupt. Daniel Jones is the quarterback that he will do enough to win a game, or he will make a stupid error and that'll lose you the game. Baker's not that guy, in my opinion, of what he should be. Baker is the guy who will go out and win a ball game for you.
Now, wait, before we continue that point, somebody said something in the chat. How long do we think Deshaun Watson will get suspended for?
I heard 6 to 8 weeks.
I actually have the answer, but it's not a good answer. That's the problem. The answer is that the NFL media doesn't know. They literally are just guessing. I've heard 2 reports that said 6 to 8 weeks, and then I heard another report that said a full season. And that they were going to go with the full season, and that when they do that, Deshaun Watson's going to file a lawsuit that will allow him to play the full season, and then he'll miss the next season after that. I've heard 2 different things, and neither one I've heard any more on. I haven't heard any confirmation on either one. So literally, it is a shot in the dark. Nobody knows. It's one or the other.
I like unpopular opinion sports comment. Baker hasn't won shit. And this is coming from a guy who's like Donald on Daniel Jones. I must say that. So I've seen unpopular opinion sports in some streams.
Plus, Baker has the it factor.
Are you fucking
Baker's that guy. Baker got that dog in him.
Baker's a guy, right? In the fan-controlled football league where everything is scripted.
Listen, if John,
what I'll say regarding Daniel Jones,
listen, if you can smoke a fat one in the middle of the game, you're not a football league.
Right. What I was saying about Daniel Jones is, I believe that he does just enough to keep you in the game rather than win you a game. He does just enough to keep you in it, but he also does just enough to make sure you lose it as well, because he
Does
does.
that include the
theoretically
68-yard trip and fall that should have been a touchdown?
There's a million. I can name them.
They scored
the
on
Chiefs
that
game where he threw the no look interception.
Okay,
They just went,
that's a solid point. Donald makes a solid point there. But I've heard that from Giants fans before. Oh well, the 60. Like they scored on that drive. What?
I literally make the joke all the time because it's still one of the funniest plays I've ever watched in his career.
Okay,
but I can literally just highlight one game alone in a deep.
It's funnier than the butt fumble.
No. You tried there, but it's
right
okay.
now. I'm telling you right now, the butt fumble is the most overrated play and overrated play in football history.
Go.
You're out of your mind. Every time I watch it, I'm
dead ass. I am dead ass. Well, did Mark Sanchez know he was going to run into Brandon Moore's ass? Vance Wilfork literally pushed Brandon Moore right back into him. I know what. I'll go on record saying this. I think Mark Sanchez is very overrated.
Overrated.
Mark Sanchez is overrated.
Overrated. What for?
Because he's,
I'm not even going to let you speak. Understand something. I would take Charlie Whitehurst over Mark Sanchez. Does anybody know Charlie Whitehurst?
Mark Sanchez went to two AFC championship games, right?
Did he make the Super Bowl, though? Or did he get his ass kicked in the AFC championship?
Now, hold on. That wasn't because of Mark Sanchez, Brian. That's because of the lack of pass rush. Let me just say, and it was also, I'll go into each game. Colts game, the Jets are up 17-6. Shawn Green gets hurt. That fucks them. Also, the pass rush. They didn't have a number one edge rusher. That's what fucked them. The secondary could hold up, especially with Darrelle Revis covering the best.
His lack of ability.
Wait. Didn't you have DeBrickashaw Ferguson at that point?
Yeah, he was left tackle.
Oh.
What position did you think he was, Brian? He was.
I'm not going to comment. I'm just naming Jets players.
Hold on. I got to get to Pittsburgh. We're getting our asses blown out. The defense blows a gasket. Then, final play of the first half, Brian Schottenheimer calls a play in which Mark Sanchez, I think, fumbled, in which that play should have never been ran. Why would you run a play in the first half when you're down 17-0?
I'm going to counter. Then why did Mark Sanchez call an audible and change the play if he knew it wasn't going to work?
Yes.
If you're a smart QB, you should know to change it.
But did he have that leverage?
Brian's redeemed himself there with that one. Good job.
Did he have the leverage, though? He's a second-year quarterback. Again, I agree with Brian's point wholeheartedly. But
okay, but listen, you want to say should a second-year quarterback know how to do that? Guess what? Justin Herbert was doing it in his first year as a rookie when he took over for Tyrod Taylor in L.A.
You're right.
No one knowingly runs into someone's ass. Incompetent runs into someone's ass.
Oh my God. Because you're all Jets haters except Brian. You
want to laugh. You
want to laugh at the Jets. You want to make
memes about the excuses. Oh, he didn't knowingly run into the guy's ass. Well, Daniel Jones didn't knowingly run 90 yards and then trip up in front of the end zone. It just happens.
Listen,
of course, it just happens.
At the end of the day,
awareness, lack of ability.
Listen, at the end of the day, the point is, I would take Paul Crewe over Mark Sanchez.
But
in a heartbeat.
You can't blame Mark Sanchez for what the Jets did to him. That I could say is, everybody debates Sam Darnold. Did Sam Darnold ruin himself or the Jets ruin him? I'd say that's 50-50. With Sanchez, I'd say the Jets completely ruined him. They didn't bring back Braylon Edwards. They didn't bring back Jericho Cotchery. Dustin Keller was his best tight end. Santonio Holmes was an asshole. Damon Woody retired. They didn't bother getting a better right tackle. Wayne Hunter was his right tackle. They brought in Plaxico Burress. I mean, come on. How could you look at the 2012 team? Burress was gone. They had Santonio Holmes. They had Jeremy Curley as one of his better receivers. No, nothing against Jeremy Curley. He's one of the fan favorites. But he's special teams. He's a kick returner. Clyde Gates.
Wait. I got to stop a sec. Because we're going to pause the debate for a second because somebody said in the chat they wanted to answer a question, which was, yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Which Yank starter would be an X-Factor bullpen arm in a playoff series if Holmes gets burnt?
If it's a starter, maybe
Clark Schmidt.
Clark Schmidt, too. That could.
I was going to say Schmidt, yeah. I think Schmidt would be great. Yeah, but listen, you got a point because when it comes to the
Let me
blame of
also say
everything,
this.
I will blame your
Christ-
front office for failing that, for not building
Right,
the team and maintaining it right. Because guess what? I went through the same pain after Tampa won a Super Bowl in 2003. They dismantled everything. We got rid of Sapp. Brooks stayed career. Barber stayed career. Lynch left. Everybody just started leaving, and we just fell apart. Chucky was the worst thing that ever happened to Tampa Bay. I don't care that he got a Super Bowl in his first year. He was horrible as a coach.
I mean, for
I saw
Christ's
it physically happen. We dismantled to a point where I couldn't even remember any of the names. You want to know how crazy it was? In 2010, I still remember the wide receiver's name. He wasn't even the starting wide receiver. We had a wide receiver named Tyquan Underwood, who had a flat top that was a foot high. That's how far back I go. That's how bad it got for me. So I know what you've been through, and I've watched my front office to dismantle my teams. Because guess what? Guess what one of our failures was? Cadillac Williams.
Oh yeah, that pick.
Whatever happened to Carnell Williams?
Nothing.
Right?
Let me also say, any chance that Sanchez had to revive his career was completely shut down when they played him in the third quarter of a preseason game.
And the Giants did that. Thank you.
David Nelson would have been his best receiver.
Okay, that's it. I'm going to piss you off. I'm going to officially put it over the top. I would take Tim Tebow over Mark Sanchez in a heartbeat. By a mile.
I don't know.
I wouldn't say by a mile, but yeah.
I would take Tebow over by a mile. Because I know if he wasn't disrupted with Denver after his rookie year, he would have done very well. At least for the next couple of years, which is more than Mark Sanchez could claim.
You also got to look at the talent he was surrounded by. At least Tim Tebow had Demaryius Thomas. He again, the Jets dismantled his team. Could Mark Sanchez improve?
Who was next? Brandon Stokely? Is that what we're going with here?
See, the thing is, I'm trying to dismantle the point. Like, everybody hates Mark Sanchez. Like, what did Mark Sanchez do to them? Mark Sanchez wasn't a prick. He took what he got. And I'm not saying this because it's the first, he's the first jersey I ever owned. But they literally
part of it.
It is part of it.
They did literally everything for him to fail. I understand. No, that's happened to other teams as well. David Carr, same situation. You mentioned the same situation where they dismantled the team. But it's hard to know. I'm backing this up. I'm backing Sanchez up because I know what the Jets failures as an organization do with quarterbacks. That's my argument.
But you are right about one thing. Your season coming up is the most optimistic, I think, since the 2010 season when you guys just came short in the AFC Championship game. Yeah, that's true. But here's the thing. It's weird to make that comparison when you're coming off a 5-win, 6-win season. It's very hard to make that jump and be like, I feel this is a very high year.
Absolutely. I don't think they're going to be 11-5.
I feel the same way with Giants fans when they turn around. This isn't offense. This isn't meant to be a shot at you guys. But when they turn around and it's immediately to, I feel like this is our year. We got 3 wins last season. We're going to go ahead and we're going to try to make the playoffs this year. I think we're just as good as the other teams in the division. And then they only get 1 win more.
Listen, I don't think they're going to be 11-5. I just think they're the most excited. Like 2015, you can get excited about, but that was a complete outlier year because you had Fitzpatrick, who wasn't going to last, and all these different veterans that were like on the last year of their primes or just like washed. But overall, like it all depends. Again, overall, it depends on Zach Wilson, Robert Sala's growth in their respective positions. But I'm excited for this year because they got good players and they also got good young players, which they can grow with. And it's about the future too, because if the Jets get 8 wins next year, and they miss the playoffs, next year will be their playoff year. It can go up,
but you have to maintain your front office cannot choke it. That's the problem.
No,
if your front office is smart, you will not dismantle anything. You will dismantle the smallest little things and add maybe a couple more veteran pieces that'll exemplify the offense. Because right now, what you're probably missing the most, and I'm sure we all agree on this, you're still missing a couple all-star level talents.
Yeah, we have good talents. We don't have all-star talents. Like Mosley's an all-star talent when he's at his best, but we don't have a lot of Pro Bowlers. Laken Tomlinson's a Pro Bowler. CJ Mosley was a Pro Bowler.
They were former Pro Bowlers, but the problem with Mosley is that he's been having injury issues. And last season
it was
a solid year. It was solid.
But he
But
was
how long?
also
But how long did it take before we got to that solid point? If I'm correct, when they got him, Le'Veon Bell was just starting up on that team.
Yeah, he was. See, the thing is with Mosley, first game ever as a Jet, he completely dominates. That's the reason the Jets are winning that game. He single-handedly carried that defense. Then he gets injured. He's out for the year. 2020, he opts out. 2021, he had a good season. Did he have an injury? Yeah, I think he had an injury like week 7 or some shit. But overall, he had a good season, but he was also trying to carry a linebacking core that was also very young and very inexperienced. That's just going to leave it at that. He's good, but I don't think he's like one of the best linebackers in the league anymore. Maybe he is by next year. We'll see.
I have to give Mark Sanchez credit. 2012. That was one of the worst seasons I've ever seen. 13 touchdowns and 18 interceptions, 54% completion, 54%, 14 fumbles.
It's okay. Listen, I got your back, Luca. Just this one time, though.
54%.
I got just this one time. How many quarterbacks did you guys go through last season?
We went through.
How many did you go through, Luca?
We had Wilson. We had, technically 4. I'll tell you why. We had Wilson.
Oh, never mind. I take it back. Oh my God.
Wilson. No. Wilson for a couple games. He got injured. Then you had Mike White experience. He gets injured in the Colts game, and Josh Johnson takes over for the rest of that game. Mike White comes back against the Bills and gets his ass kicked. Then Joe Flacco starts the next game. Wilson comes back. They had depth behind him, but it wasn't one of those scenarios where, oh my God, your Wilson was bad. They had to bench him. But
no,
even regardless,
I'll say this. I don't know why the question was asked, but I will say the Jets had more competent production out of their quarterback position with their backups than we did.
Good point.
Because
no question,
Fromm literally had one drive against the Cowboys, and Glennon, like, his best game was what, against either the Dolphins or the Chargers in fucking garbage time.
I'm going to
negative yards. I've never seen that in the history of football.
I will throw out one thing here. I watched Georgia like the last 4 or 5 years, so I know what Fromm was. The funniest part was watching the Giants last year sit there, and I'm sorry, when you guys saw Jake Fromm come on and say, holy shit, he might be good. Who knows? We might have another star on our hands. And he stepped in for Glennon, and he had one really decent drive, and then right after that, he stunk the bed.
I never said star. For me, at least. I didn't see Giant fans saying
I know,
star.
but I saw it on Twitter. That was the problem, because, NFL Twitter is sometimes a cesspool.
Yeah, no, Twitter's...
And it's just like, they get so toxic and dumb, it's like unbelievable.
You know what's so bad, though, is that I was actually, like, sign Blake Bortles. He's better than these two quarterbacks. Sign Blake Bortles. That's how sad it got. That's how depressing it got.
Let me also say, it's funny because Mike White actually kind of broke a record or did something that a Jets quarterback hadn't done in a lot of years. The Jets haven't had a 400-yard passer in a game since Vinny in 2000. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. What is
Wait,
this
they hadn't had a what?
A 400-yard game since Vinny Testaverde in 2000.
Are you shitting me?
I'm not lying. Fitzpatrick didn't do that. Mark Sanchez didn't do that. Chad Pennington somehow didn't do that. Geno Smith didn't do that. Let me also say, Antonio Brown during his Rolling Loud performance. Shout out to the Bucks and Tom Brady for giving up on me. That shit gave me the motivation to be the best rapper in the game. Now let's fucking get lit.
Enjoy retirement, buddy.
That guy's a nut job.
Enjoy retirement, buddy. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Oh my gosh.
What a hero.
Nut job. Fucking nut job.
Honestly,
I can't, man.
To unpopular opinion sports, I think the Jets are at the level of the Dolphins, but they're better than the Patriots. I still think the Bills are supreme.
Oh, so you're saying the Patriots are the worst in the division?
Yeah, I do.
That's tough. The reason why I'm saying it's tough is because the Patriots have a lot of speed in their wideouts. They may not be the most well-known, but they're very quick. And that can be very deadly, as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Chad fucked up his shoulder. Let's not make fun of Chad Pennington.
I love Chad Pennington. That's one guy I would never, ever insult in my life. He was a phenomenal QB that was just – I felt so bad for him. He really deserves some good opportunities that weren't in New York or Miami.
If you want to be honest, he's the last good Jets consistently good quarterback. Like,
what about Fitzpatrick for like 1 year?
Fitzpatrick, man.
Fuck that guy. Don't fucking shit on the organization. That's a whole another beef. But anyways,
He did pretty well for you, Fitzpatrick. I think he's been your
until he blew a couple of games.
Weren't you the one? Oh no! I'm not letting you forget this. Weren't you the one that said that 1 year that Fitzpatrick had, he should have been a Pro Bowler?
That was McCown.
I didn't say that.
Wait, then who told me that?
That was McCown.
No, oh yeah, that's right. You said McCown.
That was in the past tense. So what I was saying was Chad was the most consistently good quarterback. Like he got you consistently decent production, but it was just the injuries, man. Once he fucked up his shoulder, like he still had a long ball, but it was like very it was a noodle arm long ball.
He had release issue. That's all I mean.
I feel bad for Chad because you know what? Thing is, with Mangini and Tannenbaum, they wanted to bring him back for 2008. But Woody Johnson Woody Johnson forced his hand and said, go out and trade for Brett Favre. I want to win now. Why would you say no to Mangini? I thought he's a very good talent evaluator for
I never understood the idea to say, you know what, let's get Brett Favre. Because the mentality at the time was like, he'd come out. He was coming out of the Packers, and everybody thought, "Oh my gosh, he's going to be phenomenal." You know, we got a future Hall of Famer coming on our team. He's going to lead us championship. You can't lie. When he came to the Jets, every Jet fan thought they had a playoff year coming.
They did. They were 8-3 to start the year until what's his name? Favre got injured, and he told nobody. That's what pissed me off.
Because if he told somebody, Woody Johnson would have been like, "Yeah, you're going to keep playing anyway."
Even then, that was like still a bad move because Mangini and Tannenbaum were in sync. They wanted Pennington to come back, even though he was a little injury prone. But again, I don't know. That's the past Jets. Hopefully, Woody just stays out of personnel decisions.
Ooh, I gotta answer this question. Somebody just said, should the New York Giants start Daniel Jones or Tyrod Taylor?
I think Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah, I agree. Donald's agreeing.
No, he agrees. He's very down on Daniel Jones.
How do you feel, Alex?
Start Daniel Jones to start the season. If he's terrible, you move to Taylor.
No, yeah. I mean, that's the fair thing to do. I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be within 6 or 7 games.
Listen, if I were you, I would tank for C.J. Stroud.
I never support tanking.
I think in 6 or 7 games, I could see Tyrod Taylor being the Giant quarterback. Whether Daniel Jones getting hurt or underperforming, I'm not sure. More likely hurt, but I do think that by midseason, I think we'll see Tyrod Taylor for a couple of games minimum.
And I will also, by the way, just so you know, I will also be at one of the Jets' preseason games in late August.
Okay, which one is that?
I don't know. The one, it's like August 20-something. I think it's...
August 28th?
Yeah, the one I sent you the link to, that event.
Giants-Jets.
We're going.
Yeah. Giants-Jets, August 28th.
Yeah,
the preseason game. Because there's like some kind of event I was going to go to that's going on beforehand, and then they give you a free ticket to the game afterwards. So I'm going to be trying to get to that game.
Yeah, we'll be there. You got any leads on like NFL rumors, NBA rumors?
NBA, yes. NFL, no, not for right now. The biggest one I had was the Watson story, but that's it.
Yeah.
So NBA, I know you guys wanted to talk about Donovan Mitchell.
And Kevin Durant.
And I'll give you an update on Russell Westbrook, too.
Okay.
Let's start with KD.
Want to start with KD? Okay. So with the Celtics situation, I'm sure everybody read about the package that was offered. Apparently that package somehow was not enough for Boston. Boston declined it because they didn't want to give up all those players that they had in the moment. I think they were probably looking to give up less. And what doesn't make sense is that this whole situation has now caused tension between Jaylen Brown and the Celtics.
Yeah,
do we know what's going to happen next? No idea. But let me say this. I don't believe that these Celtics are going to get Durant. The amount of things that the Nets would need is ridiculous. And from what I read, they're just as close to getting Durant as every other team that's been reported is interested.
See,
Which means not close at all.
I don't think they need Kevin Durant. I think
they don't.
Jaylen Brown's like 25. He's only going to get better.
He's transforming into a generational player that complements Jason Tatum well. The problem is that if you give up on that for a guy who's going to peak out and lose his peak in the next 3 years, you are making the dumbest mistake for your future yet. That's the straightforward point. Kevin Durant is getting to a point where he's going to have to hit that plateau, just like LeBron's getting ready to hit that plateau soon. You ask me, this might be his final good season that you see. And then you're going to start to see a downturn possibly for LeBron after this.
Well, first of all, I think Durant is probably, if not the best player in basketball, he's probably top 2, top 3 right now. But underrating what Jaylen Brown does to the Celtics is a huge mistake. Jaylen Brown has been phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal for the Celtics last year. I think he was great in the playoffs. I think he was one of their better performers in the playoffs, especially the finals. So I think underrating Jaylen Brown's a huge mistake. I wouldn't be making any moves like that. But that's not to say KD isn't probably the best overall player in basketball. But is he a long-term good move? Then probably not. No, I think he's
no. Celtics are really good in the position they are right now.
Yeah, no, I think
that's
so
the
too.
point of the matter. That is literally a finals team. What they need to do, in my opinion, is get rid of Marcus Smart. That's my bold one. I think Marcus Smart needs to go. I think he's a liability, and he shouldn't have won the Defensive Player of the Year.
He's not a liability. He's literally probably the best defensive guard in basketball.
And yet he got exposed in the last 2 series of the playoffs.
Can I just say he's a liability as a starting offensive point guard, but then they added Brogdon, and Brogdon's going to counteract that. So him and Brogdon are actually going to work really well together. I think the Celtics actually have already improved.
What is Brogdon's health situation going to look like? Because his issue in Indiana was his health.
Well, that's a great point, but I mean, if he stays healthy, you're looking at a 19-6 guy, and his offense paired together with Marcus Smart, who's the best on-ball defender in basketball from the guard spot. I think it works well for them. So I think the Celtics have already upgraded. And they've added Gallinari, who's a good perimeter shooter, too.
I think the Celtics are fine where they are, too.
Yeah, I think so,
I'm
too.
saying if they wanted to get creative, they can move Smart. That's the one guy I would move. Because there's a lot you can get for him that could really help as well if you're willing to move on. Defensively, yes, he's one of the best in the game at guarding at the guard position. As a scorer, as an offensive end, no. I would rather take on an aging 42-year-old guard. Actually, you know what? I would rather, and I know they don't play the same position, I would rather sign Jamal Crawford to the Celtics to play a 10-day contract than him. Than let him run an offense.
I mean, it's a little bit wild, but I get your point.
It is really wild, but that's how much I don't want him on offense. I would rather keep Smart on the defensive end. And yes, you're right, cycle it with Brogdon. But my problem is that Brogdon's health is the liability here. If he stays healthy, yes, it's a good compliment, and I wouldn't recommend any moves. But the thing is, if you want to put them both on the floor at the same time, you'd have to run a small lineup. Can you do a small lineup competing in a big conference like in the East? Because they have a lot of talent in the bigs.
But the Celtics are one of the best switchers in the game. They switch brilliantly. And I don't think it'll be a massive problem for them.
Very good point.
We will
At
see.
some point, these owners are going to take back have to take control of these teams. Stop giving to the trade demands of the players. Nets do not have to force their hand in the situation. No, they don't.
Speaking of which, Kyrie is not leaving.
Yeah, he doesn't plan on leaving, guys.
He's not leaving. So the question is going to be, does that mean KD's not leaving? And does that mean they run it back into the year in Brooklyn? Because right now, there doesn't look like anybody who's going to get a deal good for Durant anytime soon. I have a good feeling that the Brooklyn Nets are going to run it back. As you said about the New York Yankees, Alex, the motto, run it back. That's the Brooklyn Nets this season. It's going to be run it back. That's the motto.
How are they going to incorporate Ben Simmons?
Hey, that's Steve Nash's problem, not mine. He's the coach. He wanted this job. They should have never fired Atkinson, but what do I know?
Of course, 100%.
And also, Jacques Vaughn wasn't bad either. As the interim coach, he was a phenomenal coach. Actually, I would have gave him the starting job. By the way,
let's see what Nerding Out Sports
I would have given the head coach.
Now, Rob from Nerding Out Sports is a big net fan. They run it back for one more year unless someone goes overboard for a KD trade.
Exactly. You would have to give up everything. One of the largest trades in NBA history to do that, and nobody has the assets to do that right now for that big of a contract. So now, I would say they wait till next year.
Listen, man, what would you view as over the top for a KD trade, though? I mean, what would be considered a good trade?
Over the top?
Get back in there.
Whatever it is, it's first of all got to be way bigger than whatever trade happened for Rudy Gobert, because Rudy Gobert did not warrant such a big amount of return like that. They got like 4 players and 3 picks, all in the first round.
I put that in my my last article. From what I'm hearing, that's had reverberations around the league. That the command that the offer that commanded to get Gobert for that amount. 4 unprotected picks plus multiple pick swaps plus 4 role players. It's had effect on the entire league now, because now that is the setting price now. And it's affected everything. It's affected the Donovan Mitchell trade talks. It's affected Kevin Durant trade talks. It's affected a bunch of
have something on the Knicks trade situation with that, by the way. Okay. So that was one of my other pieces of news. Anybody want to hear it? Okay. This came out earlier today, by the way, from I don't know if anybody follows Scoop B.
I don't think so.
Scoop basically said today that apparently Donovan Mitchell wants to be in New York.
Okay.
He likes New York. He wants to be a Knick. The problem is Danny Ainge.
Also, let me go out and say this on a limb.
Finish your point, Brian. What was is we got any more to it, or just?
I was going to keep adding. I was going to say the problem is that Danny Ainge is looking for more. For some reason, whatever they've put out as the guideline to get Mitchell, he's gonna keep doing one of these things and getting more and more greedy to get more out of the Knicks. That could mean they want another player. That could mean they want more draft capital, which if you ask me, if they want you to exceed 5 first-round picks, by the way, don't do it. They're telling you, if they tell you we want you to give up 5 first-round picks for him, plus 2 of your young guys, plus 2 of your veterans, I would never do that trade. Because you give up the future. And that's not somebody you want. That's not something you want to give up, because you don't know what's coming soon.
Exactly. I'm going to say this. I'm going to go on a limb and say this. Clutch B-Ball and I agree on this a lot. I don't know if he's in the chat anymore. The end-all, be-all should not be Donovan Mitchell. Like, if he doesn't come to the Knicks, so be it. That's how I see it. Like, I don't think we're in that window yet. Because everybody talks about, we need to win now. You know, the win, it's here. But the problem is we've built it up. No, we haven't. We haven't built this thing correctly. You know, I'm tired of rebuilding. We haven't built this thing correctly in years. We don't have a coach who can, develop the talent they hired a win-now coach for essentially rebuilding team. That's their problem. It's their problem that the front office and coaching staff was in disagreement on the Obi Toppin pick. It's the front office and coaching staff's problem when they disagree on a Cam Reddish trade. Getting Donovan Mitchell is not going to be the end-all, be-all for this season. You know what's going to be? Fucking RJ Barrett's growth.
Nobody understands the significance of what would happen if you get Mitchell to the Knicks. What that does is that it not only creates a situation where Mitchell's happy where he wants to be, because how about this one? And this one came from Windhorst on the radio today. Windhorst apparently said that back even to draft night when he was getting drafted, he was praying the Knicks picked him. He wanted to be a Knick since draft night.
Fucking blew it there.
So he really wants to be in New York. The problem is that Danny Ainge wants more. He wants enough to suffice because he's losing Mitchell. And apparently the Knicks are having a hard time. They have to warm up to the idea. Does it mean they're going to get him? No. Does it mean they're not going to get him? No. It's literally in the state of the Knicks have to decide if they're ready to go all in. If they have to go all in for Mitchell, will they do it?
I
From
say
what
no
I
to this.
understand, we've been having a lot of negotiations, and I think at one point I think we almost settled on a deal. But then Ainge continued to up the offer,
Yes.
change
Yeah.
the offer, and it's definitely thrown things off. I think we
Getting
almost
ridiculous.
I think a couple of weeks ago I think we almost settled on a
We did.
I think it was like 6 first rounds and a couple of young players, but then Ainge has been playing hardball with us.
Which one of those
not,
guys was Grimes? Grimes was one of them, included
which
in
I'm
that.
happy to do. I mean, in my last article, I have my mock trade that I would do, and my mock trade was Grimes, Fournier, Reddish, McBride, the 323 protected firsts, the unprotected 25, unprotected 27, and a couple of pick swaps for Donovan Mitchell.
And there's that dumb rule as well that they put in. I think it was actually last season or the season before, where you can't do consecutive years of draft picks. It has to be
really
the year
stupid.
after. So now
So-
you can't do like 25 first, 26 first, 27 first. It has to be like 25 first, 27 first, 29 first. You can't go back to back.
So I think the 3 protected 23, 25, 27, maybe some pick swaps. But
I was saying they're going to go heavy on the ones that they have for next year to give up, like all the ones they traded for, because they have like 3-4 first-round picks next year. And I would say they would trade 3 of those, and then they would trade 1 in 25 and 1 in 27. And then they would trade a second in 24.
Look at that trade that I gave you right there. Would you do that?
All right. I want to hear it again.
I would definitely consider it. My problem is I would
I'll
not.
do it again. I'll say it again. Grimes, Fournier, Reddish, McBride, the 3-20-23 protected firsts that we've got, then unprotected 25, the unprotected 25, unprotected 27, and add some pick swaps for Donovan Mitchell. Even add in Derrick Rose if it sweetens it.
You could definitely do that.
5 picks is honestly my limit, so it matches there.
But that would definitely work. They would accept that. But if I was the Jazz, I wouldn't want McBride. I would want somebody else.
Like Derrick Rose?
Not Rose. I would want another young guy.
But I mean, I'm not
because
going.
Fournier is your money guy that you're trading here. The money
The
guy.
reason why I don't want to go Obi Toppin is because he creates space.
You would have to include Reddish. I would rather
Cam Reddish is already in
over McBride.
Brian, I've already said Cam Reddish in the trade.
I'm definitely deaf. My bad. Okay, then yeah, the deal works. Never mind. The deal I would 100% take that. That's no issue. I would take that in a heartbeat. You get your veteran guard. You get 2 young guards on top of that. You get Reddish, who finally gets a real opportunity to shine somewhere because they're going to end up trading Bogdanovich at some point and Clarkson. Yeah, I would take that.
Then after that, Brian, what have you heard on the Westbrook front? Because I know that the Knicks have been interested, but I think
my phone's about to die, so I'm going to make this really quick before I die. So I'm going to make this really quick. So far, 3 teams have been mentioned: Jazz, Knicks. It was Jazz, Knicks, and there was one other team involved, the Pacers, looking at Westbrook right now. Now, I don't know the seriousness with Westbrook towards the Knicks or the Pacers, but I know there's a little bit more interest on the Jazz front. I don't know why, but that's to be seen. Maybe it's a possibility they're going to try for a 3-team trade with the Jazz, the Lakers, and something else. That's a possibility. But I don't know how that would even work if they try to do it with the Knicks involved and make it a 3-team. It doesn't make sense. But I've heard the Jazz are interested, the Knicks are interested, and the Pacers are interested.
Okay.
And with that, I wish you guys good night.
I bid you adieu. Thank you, Brian. Take care, brother. Thank you for coming on.
Good night.
Thanks. Always a pleasure.
Yep. All right. So his phone is going to die, which means I'm going to kick it out here. Donald, Luca, and myself for final thoughts.
So, yeah, let's go back to Donovan Mitchell. So, Luca, where would you draw the line?
5 first-round picks. No, 5 to 6 first-round picks. That's where I draw the line. You want to include young players, fine.
Is there a particular player that you do not want to include?
Toppin, listen, if they have a plan for Obi, like we're going to trade Randall and we're going to start Obi, then don't trade him. If you don't have a plan for Obi, you trade him and let him succeed somewhere else. IQ, I think I'm intent on keeping because you can ship off Grimes, you could ship off Reddish, you could ship off McBride if you want. Yeah, so I'd say IQ and Obi really, but Grimes has also grown as a player. So again, I would be down to trade Grimes. I like Grimes, but
I think that Obi is really important to keep because he creates spacing that we don't have. If we've got Brunson, say we had Mitchell, we've got Mitch Robinson. They all live in the paint. You've got RJ Barrett, who loves to drive on the left with his left hand into the paint. These are all dudes that love to drive, stay in the paint, whatever. I think you need better spacing. Julius Randle will not fit in a Donovan Mitchell universe.
I don't think so either.
I would have him to the trade, but I don't think Utah would be interested. So I would make a separate deal to get rid of Julius Randle elsewhere. But I would have Obi Toppin as a starting power forward because he is excellent in transition. He doesn't need the ball to be effective. He works just as hard off the ball as he does on the ball. That will help with the spacing aspect. So I would keep Obi Toppin, and I'd like to keep IQ. I think he's got the higher upside than Quentin Grimes.
All right, so I'm going to get to a few comments here. Russ's expiring contract, that's why he's intriguing. Yes. Do you think the Knicks would buy him out? I think they would. We don't need Westbrook.
Yeah. I mean, if we maybe got a pick back in return for all the picks that we lose to trade off Mitchell, then I would do that. And then you'd...
Nimar says, I want to keep RJ Barrett. He's completely off the table for me.
Oh, yeah.
Knicks have a future, but it's uncertain. I think I would put it that way as well. I'd rather trade Grimes than others too. But MH loves Grimes. He says Grimes on a playoff team may be more valuable than an Obi or Quick in playoff situations. Maybe because of the defense and how aggressive he plays, and he cuts, and he does the little things too. So he's like that. Doubt. I think he's probably one of our better role players, in my opinion.
He is. We've lost a lot of defense, and we need defense in the starting five. If we, I just can't see a deal for Mitchell that doesn't include Grimes. But otherwise, Grimes had a big summer league, averaging 21 points per game. He was one of the best players in this whole summer league. So his stock has gone up big time. As you say, he plays defense. We don't have enough guys that play defense. That's some of my major concerns going into the starting five, even with Donovan Mitchell. So no doubt MH is spot on, man.
Nimor says, I like to keep IQ as well. I think you can. Again, it depends on what you want to give up, what you don't want to give up, what they're asking for. Yeah, Westbrook will be bought out. He'll go to like some other team, but I don't want Westbrook, obviously. I'll take him for his buyout. That's it. Let me see what also on the docket. Keegan Murray wins Summer League MVP. Is he legitimate? I think he's going to be a very good role player for the Kings. How do you guys feel about Tibbs? Well, I wanted him gone this offseason, but I understand there was a reality that wasn't going to happen. They're going to give him another year, especially with improvised talent. I don't have any expectations of him for this year. I just want him to prove me wrong from last year. I want him to actually see. The thing is, he's not going to add an offensive coordinator. He's not going to have somebody run the offense and draw up the plays. He's going to do that, which I think is kind of stupid, but that's just me. Rotations have to be better. He can't be so reliant on the vets. I think Leon Rose did a good job of taking most of them away. Burks is gone. Noel is gone. Fournier might be gone too. But overall, I like for him to hold the players accountable better. Hold Julius Randle accountable better. That's him in the front office together, especially with his meltdowns last year. But I'm not cautiously optimistic. I'm very mixed. So, again, I hope he proves me wrong this year.
I mean, what Thibodeau gives you is accountability and defense and, this attitude where we'll fight and stuff. We certainly got plenty of that. And I certainly don't think it was wise to underrate what he did in his first year. Somehow managing to get us a fourth seed. We had no business being a fourth seed. We were very much a play-in team, if that, and he managed to get us a fourth seed. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. However, in the same respect, he did not coach well last year. It was one of the biggest fall from graces as a head coach I've seen in the league. He did a really bad job holding people accountable, and also offensively, he doesn't have a system. And if we add a Donovan Mitchell, it's going to be a lot of ISO ball. Donovan Mitchell's going to have to carry this team. Because last year RJ Barrett had to carry the team because there's no offensive system. It's all ISO. It's all like high screens and predictable isolation threes, and it was really ugly basketball. So that's my biggest worry is there is offensive talent in this team. How is he going to cultivate it? How is he going to make use of it? I'm not sure. I think this is going to be his last year, and I think we need to move on with a younger coach with a bit more creativity offensively. But in the meantime, what Thibodeau gives you is a hard-nosed team, and they're going to fight, and will be respectable, will always compete. And that is something that we shouldn't forget about, because we've watched this Knick team for a long, long time, and they haven't competed over the long haul for a long time. So at least they're doing it now.
Yeah, let me just say my final thoughts, and we'll get to Donald, we'll get to Alex. I appreciate every one of you guys who were in here, even though we couldn't read some of your chats. Like, we had a lot of people in here tonight, especially for the big story that we were talking about earlier when it came to our experience in Jersey. But appreciate every one of you guys, even the new guys like Tyler. He came over from NYY News TV. Jets Mess, he's been with us for a while. Jeffrey, all these different guys. Like, we appreciate it. We appreciate all the support from each one of you.
Yeah,
and we'll be, again, if you're a Mets fan, if you're a Yankee fan, baseball fan, whatever you want to talk with us, Wednesday we will be streaming the Yankees Mets Subway Series game.
Donald?
Well said, Luca. Yeah, thank you so much for all the support. It's really been a lot of fun this show, a lot of good comments. Really appreciate it. The interaction, that's what we want. So just like and subscribe, guys. Really appreciate it. And I'm excited for the off-season moves that's going to happen basketball wise. I think there's going to be a hot trade that's going to come up. I don't know who. Hopefully Donovan Mitchell. And I can't wait for the trade deadline. Hopefully the Yankees add that bat reliever and starting pitcher that we all need. With that, I'd like to sign off and thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you very, very soon.
Yeah. Tyler says shoots Wednesday for Twinville. Yes. Should be around 12 p.m. So that's another, time we will be live. Twinville live at 12 p.m. Mets, Yankees. I know Pete will be in Richmond. Me and Luke are obviously not going to be in control of game season on Wednesday. Because we'll be streaming on here. We have some stuff to give away. If you guys are on social media, share the giveaway out. Also, with that note, let's try to get to 500 subscribers as soon as possible, because more people that need, the tickets and all that stuff. Sometimes they don't have YouTube's. Sometimes they don't have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. They have YouTube. That's how they can see it. Sharing the giveaway video and all that stuff. We did give a. Luca, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you have somebody in the contention for the August 8th tickets?
Yep, I told them they won it.
Yep, so shout-outs to who? What's his name?
Mike and Jeffrey for winning. Jeffrey won the August 2nd tickets, 3 of them. There's still 2 remaining.
So some Jets tickets given away for training camp. I think training camp does start tomorrow for the Giants. If not, it's on Wednesday, but I know the in-person starts on Wednesday. So, an exciting time here. We had a lot of different people in here today because of the story and because of the ongoing chats and stuff like that. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the increase in the numbers. Keep looking forward to Roster Bubble Series videos. I'm almost done with that series. We've been doing well on it. And, check it out. Brian's back in the chat. What's going on, Brian? But with that note, peace out, guys. See you. We're past midnight, which I'm floored about. But on that note, we'll get out of your hair. I have yet to eat dinner. But peace out, guys. See you later. Stay cool. Have a good rest of your night.